Story 1. My sister got pregnant by my fiancé, and my family decided to defend her because she was younger. So, I got my revenge in the cruelest way possible. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. My name is Lindsay, and I need to tell you about the worst thing that ever happened to me. Actually, scratch that. The worst thing that was done to me by my own family. 3 weeks before my wedding, I was the happiest I'd ever been. 28 years old, engaged to the man I'd loved for 4 years, planning the ceremony of my dreams. Everything was perfect. The venue was booked, this beautiful garden estate outside the city. The dress was altered and hanging in my closet. Invitations had been sent to 200 guests. My younger sister had even agreed to be my maid of honor, which honestly surprised me because we'd never been super close. But I thought maybe this would bring us together. I should have known better. It was a Thursday night. My parents had invited me over for dinner, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the tension in the room when I arrived. My dad couldn't look at me. My mom kept wringing her hands. And my sister, 23 years old and usually so bubbly and carefree, sat there with this strange, defiant look on her face. Then she dropped the bomb. She stood up in the middle of dinner, placed her hand on her still flat stomach, and announced she was pregnant with my fiancé's baby, and that they'd been sleeping together for 6 months. 6 months. I remember the exact sound of my fork hitting the plate. I remember my mother gasping, but not saying anything to defend me. I remember my father telling me to calm down when I started screaming. But most of all, I remember my sister's face. Completely blank. No remorse, no shame, nothing. She just stood there like she'd announced what she wanted for dessert. My fiancé tried calling me 73 times that night. I didn't answer once. My parents kept telling me we needed to talk this through as a family and that these things happen. These things happen. My sister seduced my fiancé and got pregnant. And these things just happen. The worst part? Within 2 weeks, my parents had completely switched sides. Suddenly, it was all about supporting my sister through her pregnancy. She was the victim somehow, young, scared, vulnerable. Never mind that I was the one who'd been betrayed. Never mind that she'd destroyed my entire life without a second thought. And here's the part that still makes me physically ill. They used my wedding plans. All of them. The same venue I'd booked and paid deposits for, the same florist, the same caterer. My mother actually called me and asked if I'd mind if my sister used them since everything was already arranged and it would be such a waste to cancel. I minded. I minded so much I couldn't breathe. But they did it anyway. 2 months after my wedding was supposed to happen, my sister walked down the aisle in a white dress, pregnant with my ex-fiancé's child, at the venue I'd chosen, with the flowers I'd picked out, eating the menu I'd selected. Only 3 people from my extended family refused to attend. My aunt on my father's side, my cousin, and my grandmother. Everyone else went, smiled, congratulated the happy couple, and posted photos on social media like this was normal and beautiful and not the most grotesque betrayal imaginable. I spent that day in my apartment alone, drinking wine and looking at the wedding dress still hanging in my closet. The dress I was supposed to wear, the life I was supposed to have. My parents kept calling, kept trying to get me to move past this and be happy for them. Move past it. They'd stolen everything from me and expected me to just swallow it and smile. My mother actually said, and I'll never forget this, that I was being selfish for making my sister's pregnancy about me. That's when I realized the truth. My family didn't just enable what happened. They endorsed it. They chose her. They chose the person who betrayed me over the person who'd been betrayed. So I made a choice too. I cut them off. I stopped answering calls, blocked them on social media, and moved to a different part of the city. For the first time in my life, I was completely alone. And somehow that felt better than being part of a family that could do this to me. But this isn't a story about how I stayed broken. This is a story about what happened next. And trust me, it gets so much worse before it gets better. The next 3 years were brutal. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I spent the first 6 months in therapy twice a week trying to unpack how my entire family could betray me like that. My therapist kept asking if I wanted to work toward forgiveness. I kept telling her I wanted to work toward not thinking about them every single day. I threw myself into work, got promoted twice, started traveling for business, and made new friends who didn't know my history and didn't ask questions when I said I wasn't close with my family. I built a completely new life brick by brick, and it was exhausting but necessary. Around the 2-year mark or so, something shifted. I woke up one morning and realized I'd gone an entire week without thinking about my sister or my ex-fiancé. It felt like finally being able to breathe after being underwater. That's when I met him. His name was Owen, and we met at a conference in Seattle. He was there representing his company. He'd started his own consulting firm 5 years earlier and had built it into something impressive. We ended up sitting next to each other at a networking dinner, and he made me laugh, actually laugh. Not that polite social laugh, but the kind that comes from somewhere genuine. We talked for 4 hours that night about work, about travel, about everything except families. When he asked for my number, I almost said no. I wasn't ready, but something in his eyes made me change my mind. We dated long distance for 8 months before he asked me to move in with him. I was terrified. The last time I trusted someone completely, it had destroyed me. But Owen was patient. He never pushed. He let me set the pace for everything. When I finally told him about what happened with my family, we were sitting on his balcony at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd been avoiding it for months, but he deserved to know why I flinched every time he mentioned his own sister, why I changed the subject whenever family came up. I expected him to be shocked or uncomfortable. Instead, he just held my hand and said, "That explains so much about your strength. You rebuilt yourself from nothing. That's extraordinary." He proposed 10 months after we met. No pressure, no expectations, just a simple question on a random Tuesday night while we were cooking dinner together. Of course, I said yes. We planned everything ourselves. No family input, no drama, no traditions we didn't choose. We got married in Italy, just the 2 of us and 12 close friends. It was small and perfect and entirely ours. I wore a dress I picked out alone. We wrote our own vows. I cried during the ceremony, but they were happy tears. I sent my parents an invitation, not because I wanted them there, but because I wanted them to see that I'd moved on, that I'd built something beautiful without them. They didn't come. My mother called 2 days before the wedding and said they couldn't abandon my sister during such a difficult time. Apparently, her marriage was already struggling and she needed their support. I hung up before she finished talking. Owen asked if I was okay. I told him I was better than okay. I was free. But life has a way of testing you right when you think you've got it figured out. We started trying for kids about 6 months after the wedding. I was 31, Owen was 35, and we were both ready. Month after month, nothing happened. After a year of trying, we went to see a specialist. That's when we found out I had fertility issues. Nothing catastrophic, nothing that meant we couldn't have kids. But it wasn't going to be easy. The doctor recommended treatments, monitoring, and interventions. It would be expensive and exhausting and emotionally draining. Owen squeezed my hand during that appointment and told the doctor we'd do whatever it took. We started the treatments. Injections, appointments, tests, hope followed by disappointment, followed by more hope. It was brutal in a completely different way than what I'd been through before. This wasn't about betrayal. It was about wanting something so desperately and having no control over whether you'd get it. During one of the harder months after another negative test, I broke down. I told Owen maybe this was punishment for cutting off my family. Maybe I didn't deserve to be a mother. Maybe I was too damaged. He looked at me with more intensity than I'd ever seen and said, "Don't you dare let them take this from you too. Don't give them that power. This isn't about them. This is about us." He was right. This was our life, our journey, and we were going to fight for it together. What I didn't know then was that my old life was about to come crashing back in the worst possible way. The phone call came on a Sunday afternoon, 4 years after I'd cut them off. My father, I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. He sounded older, tired. He asked if we could talk, really talk, about trying to repair the family. He said it had been long enough, that life was too short for this kind of division, that my mother missed me terribly. I wanted to hang up, but Owen was watching me, and I could see in his face that he thought I should at least hear them out. Not for them, for me. So I wouldn't always wonder what if. That's how I ended up agreeing to a dinner. Neutral location, both families present. My parents, my sister and her husband, yes, they'd actually gotten married, and Owen and me. The restaurant was expensive and quiet, the kind of place where people don't make scenes. I was so naive thinking that would protect us. My sister showed up with her 2 kids, a boy who just turned 4 and a girl who was 2. Both of them looked exactly like my ex-fiancé, which was like being stabbed every time I glanced at them. The boy had his eyes. The girl had his smile. I felt physically ill. She looked different, tired. There were dark circles under her eyes and she'd gained weight. Her husband, I still can't call him my ex-fiancé without wanting to break something, looked uncomfortable from the moment they sat down. He couldn't meet my eyes, kept staring at his plate like it might save him. My parents tried to keep things light at first, asking about Owen's business, complimenting my hair. Small talk that felt like walking on broken glass. My sister stayed quiet, managing her kids, who were surprisingly well-behaved. Then dessert arrived and everything went to hell. My mother asked, in that careful tone people use when they're pretending something isn't loaded, if Owen and I were planning to have children soon. Before I could answer, my sister laughed. Actually laughed. "Good luck with that," she said, cutting her son's cake. "I heard you were having trouble. That must be so hard. Wanting something you can't have." The table went silent. Owen's hand found mine under the table, squeezing so hard it hurt. "Excuse me?" I managed to get out. She looked up, feigning innocence. "What?" "I'm just saying it must be difficult, especially at your age. I mean, I got pregnant the first time just thinking about it. All 3 times, actually." "3 times? You're pregnant again?" My mother gasped, delighted. My sister smiled, placing her hand on her still flat stomach. 12 weeks. We were going to announce it later, but yes, another boy. We're so blessed. I felt like I was going to be sick. Owen's jaw was clenched so tight, I thought his teeth might crack. "That's wonderful news," my father said, shooting me a look that clearly meant I should say something supportive. I literally couldn't form words. My sister wasn't done. She turned to Owen. "You must be so patient. I mean, if my husband couldn't give me children, I don't know what I'd do. But I guess when you really love someone, you stick it out, right?" It was the way she looked at him when she said it. The slight smile, the implication. Owen stood up so fast, his chair scraped against the floor. "We're leaving." "Oh, come on," my sister said. "I was just making conversation. Don't be so sensitive." My mother reached for my arm. "Please, let's not ruin the evening. Your sister didn't mean anything by it. You know how she is. She just speaks without thinking sometimes." That same excuse they'd been making for her my entire life. Something inside me snapped. I didn't sit back down. I stood there looking at my sister, really looking at her for the first time in years, and saw exactly what she was. Not my family. Not someone who'd made a mistake. A person who deliberately destroyed my life and felt absolutely nothing about it. "You want to talk about sensitivity?" I said quietly, too quietly. "Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how you seduced my fiancé 6 months before my wedding. Let's talk about how you got pregnant and announced it like you'd won some prize. Let's talk about how you stole my wedding, my venue, my plans, everything. And nobody in this family said a single word to stop you." "Lindsay," my father warned. "No, I'm done being quiet. I'm done being the reasonable one. I'm done pretending any of this is okay." I turned to my parents. "You chose her. The moment she announced that pregnancy, you chose her. You didn't ask if I was okay. You didn't defend me. You just decided I should get over it and move on because it was easier than holding her accountable." My mother had tears in her eyes. "We were trying to keep the family together by sacrificing me, by using my wedding plans for her, by expecting me to just swallow it and smile." I laughed, but it came out harsh. "You didn't keep the family together. You cut me out and pretended that was the same thing." My sister rolled her eyes. "God, are you still on about that? It's been years. Get over it." "Get over it?" I repeated. "You destroyed my life. You betrayed me in the worst way possible. And you've never once apologized. Not once. Because I'm not sorry, she said simply. Her husband tried to grab her arm, but she shook him off. You want to know the truth? He was never really yours. If he was, he wouldn't have come to me. Men don't cheat unless they're not getting what they need at home. Owen moved to stand next to me, his presence solid and grounding. We're done here, but my sister wasn't finished. She looked Owen up and down in a way that made my skin crawl. You know, if you ever get tired of waiting around for damaged goods, you know where to find me. I'm clearly very fertile. The table erupted. My father stood up. My mother gasped. Owen's face went dark with rage. But before anyone else could speak, I laughed. Really laughed, the kind that comes from somewhere bottomless. You think that was flirting? I said to my sister. You think that makes you desirable? You're pathetic. You stole my fiancé because you couldn't stand that I had something you didn't. And now you're sitting here pregnant with your third child in a marriage that's clearly falling apart, trying to seduce my husband because you still can't stand that I'm happy. Her husband was staring at her in horror. Good. Let him see who he'd really married. You want to talk about damaged goods? I continued. Look in the mirror. You're 27 years old, stuck with a man who barely looks at you, raising kids in a family that's built on betrayal. Your own son is going to grow up knowing his father cheated on his aunt to be with his mother. That's going to be his origin story. Good luck explaining that. That's enough, my father said, but his voice had no force behind it. I turned to him. You're right. It is enough. I'm done. I came here tonight because you asked me to, because some small part of me hoped you'd finally take responsibility for what you enabled. But nothing's changed. She's still the same manipulative person she was 4 years ago, and you're still making excuses for her. I looked at her husband, that man I'd once thought I'd spend my life with. He was staring at his plate, red-faced and silent. And you don't even have the courage to speak. You've been sitting there all night like a scolded child, not defending your wife, not defending yourself, not doing anything. You're exactly the coward I always suspected you were. He opened his mouth, maybe to apologize, maybe to defend himself. I held up my hand. Save it. Whatever you were going to say, I don't care. You're irrelevant. You were irrelevant the moment I left that apartment 4 years ago. You're just a bad memory, and you don't get to be anything more than that. I grabbed my purse. Owen was already standing, ready to leave with me. This family is dead to me, I said, looking at each of them in turn. Not because of the betrayal, I could have eventually forgiven that, but because none of you thought I deserved better. None of you stood up for me. And even now, even tonight, you're still choosing her. My mother was crying. Please don't do this. I'm not doing anything. You did this years ago. I'm just finally accepting it. We walked out of that restaurant and I didn't look back. Owen drove us home in silence. When we got to our apartment, I broke down. Not because I was sad, but because I was free. Finally, completely free. But freedom, I'd learn, comes with its own complicated price. 2 weeks after that disaster of a dinner, I was still processing everything. Owen kept telling me I'd done the right thing, that standing up for myself was healthy, that cutting them off permanently was justified. But late at night, when I couldn't sleep, I'd replay the whole evening and feel this toxic mixture of vindication and rage. I needed to talk about it, but I'd already exhausted Owen's patience with the topic, and my therapist couldn't see me for another week. So, I did what thousands of people do when they need to vent. I went online. I found this support group for people dealing with family estrangement. It was anonymous, just usernames and stories. Everyone there had some variation of family trauma. I read through dozens of posts about narcissistic parents, abusive siblings, toxic relatives who'd done unforgivable things. It was oddly comforting knowing I wasn't alone. So I posted. I wrote out the entire story, the betrayal, the wedding, the 4 years of silence, the dinner, everything. I was careful. I didn't use names, didn't mention the specific city, kept details vague enough that it could have been anyone's story. It was just supposed to be a vent, a way to get it out of my system. The support was immediate and overwhelming. Hundreds of comments from people telling me I'd done the right thing, that my family was toxic, that I deserved better. It felt good, really good, like validation I hadn't realized I desperately needed. I checked the post obsessively for days. Every new comment fed something in me I didn't want to examine too closely. 3 weeks later, my aunt called me, the one who'd refused to go to my sister's wedding. "Lindsay," she said carefully, "I need to ask you something. Did you post about your sister online?" My blood went cold. "What?" "There's a story going around town about a woman who got pregnant with her sister's fiancé and stole her wedding. Everyone's talking about it. The details are too specific. It has to be about your family." I felt like I might throw up. I posted in an anonymous support group. I didn't use any names. How would anyone? Must have recognized enough details and started connecting dots. You know how people are. They piece things together and suddenly it's all over social media. Group chats everywhere. "It's gotten back to your sister." "Good," I said before I could stop myself. My aunt was quiet for a long moment. "Lindsay, I understand you're angry. God knows you have every right to be. But this is going to have consequences." She was right. The consequences started rolling in fast. My sister lost her job first. She'd been working at a local medical office, and apparently the story had spread through her workplace like wildfire. Her boss called her in, said something about maintaining professional reputation and not being a good fit for their family-oriented practice. She was let go within a week. Then the social consequences hit. People started recognizing her at the grocery store, at her kids' school, around town. She'd gone from anonymous to notorious. Her husband's family stopped speaking to them. Some of their couple friends suddenly got very busy whenever they tried to make plans. I heard all of this through my aunt, who heard it through the family grapevine, and I listened. I listened to every detail with this dark satisfaction that scared me. "They're talking about moving," my aunt told me during one call. "Your sister can't show her face anywhere without people whispering." Someone actually approached her at the pharmacy and told her she should be ashamed of herself. I should have felt bad. I should have felt guilty that my anonymous post had spiraled into public humiliation. But I didn't. Not really. "She is ashamed of herself," I said. "She should be, Lindsay." "No, don't. She destroyed my life and felt nothing. Now people know what kind of person she is. That's not my fault. That's just truth catching up." But even as I said it, something felt off, wrong. I'd wanted her to face consequences, yes. But watching it happen, hearing about her losing everything, seeing her life fall apart the way mine had, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. Owen found me one night scrolling through social media, looking for mentions of the story, searching my sister's name to see what people were saying about her. "What are you doing?" he asked gently. "Just looking." "You've been looking for hours." He sat down next to me. "This isn't healthy." "She's losing everything," I said, still staring at the screen. "Her job, her friends, her reputation, everything. And how does that make you feel?" I didn't answer because the truth was complicated. I felt satisfied. I felt vindicated. But I also felt something darker, something that made me uncomfortable with myself. I felt powerful in a way that didn't sit right. "I didn't name her," I said finally. "I didn't do this to her. This is just consequences of her own actions." Owen took the phone from my hands. "Maybe, but you're spending every free moment watching those consequences unfold. That's not moving on. That's obsession." He was right. I knew he was right, but I couldn't stop. My sister tried to sue me. That's how desperate things got for her. She hired a lawyer and filed a defamation lawsuit, claiming I'd posted lies about her online that had destroyed her reputation and caused her to lose her job. The lawyer sent an official letter to my address. Somehow she tracked down where I lived, which was creepy in itself. Owen and I consulted with an attorney. He read through everything, looked at my anonymous post, and basically laughed. "She has no case," he said. "First, you never named her. Second, truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Third, she'd have to prove that your post directly caused her specific damages, which is nearly impossible when it was anonymous and the spread was organic. The lawsuit never even made it past preliminary filing. The judge threw it out. Not enough evidence, no direct connection. Case dismissed. When my aunt told me, I felt this rush of triumph. She tried to come after me legally and failed. It was another loss for her, another win for me. But that same week, something else happened. Something that should have been purely joyful. I got pregnant. After 2 years of treatments, failed attempts, hormones, and disappointments. Finally, 2 lines on a test. I stared at it in the bathroom for 10 minutes straight, crying, unable to believe it was real. When I showed Owen, he picked me up and spun me around, and we both cried together. This was everything we'd wanted, everything we'd fought for. We were going to have a baby. I should have been the happiest person alive. Instead, I found myself obsessively checking social media for updates about my sister. It became a compulsion. Every morning, every night, sometimes multiple times during the day. I'd search for her name, look at her profiles, scroll through comments and gossip pages. I needed to know what was happening to her. If things were getting worse, if she was suffering enough. Owen noticed. Of course he noticed. 3 weeks after we found out about the pregnancy, he came home from work and found me on my laptop, deep in some discussion thread about my sister again. He closed the laptop, not aggressively, but firmly. We need to talk. I knew that tone. About what? About the fact that you're pregnant with our child, and you're spending more time obsessing over your sister than celebrating this miracle we've been given. I'm not obsessing. Yes, you are. You check her social media every day, multiple times a day. You're in these gossip groups, reading every comment, tracking every consequence. You're consumed by watching her life fall apart. She deserves it, I said defensively. Maybe, probably, but that's not the point. He sat down next to me. The point is that she's still controlling your life. You cut her off 4 years ago, but she's more present now than ever because you can't stop watching her destruction. That's not fair, is it? He took my hand. Lindsay, you're pregnant. We're having a baby. This is supposed to be the happiest time of our lives. But every time I look at you, you're on your phone or your laptop monitoring her. She's stealing this joy from you and you're letting her. I wanted to argue, but tears were streaming down my face because I knew he was right. I just need to know she's facing consequences, I whispered. After everything she did, I need to know she's suffering the way I suffered. And then what? What happens after she's suffered enough? Will that fix what she took from you? Will that give you back those 4 years? Will that make you happy? I couldn't answer. He pulled me into his arms. You're pregnant with our son, Lindsay, and I'm terrified that when he's born, you're going to be so busy watching her that you'll miss being present for him. That hit me like ice water. The thought of holding my baby while secretly checking my phone to see if my sister was still suffering. It made me feel sick. I don't know how to stop, I admitted. I know, but you have to try because this obsession, it's not justice. It's not healing. It's just another form of letting her control you. That night, I lay awake thinking about what he said. I thought about my sister losing her job, being gossiped about, struggling. And I thought about the satisfaction I'd felt hearing about it. That dark, ugly satisfaction that was eating away at the person I wanted to be. I spent 4 years building a new life. I'd found love, gotten married, was finally pregnant. I had everything I'd ever wanted, but I couldn't enjoy any of it because I was too busy making sure she was miserable. Owen was right. She was still controlling me, just in a different way. But knowing something and changing it are 2 very different things. 3 years passed. 3 years of sleepless nights and first words and tiny shoes and everything that comes with being a mother. My son was born healthy. 8 pounds, dark hair, Owen's eyes, and he was perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'd gotten better. Not completely. I still occasionally found myself wondering about my sister. Still had moments where I wanted to check on her downfall. But Owen's words had stuck with me. I focused on my baby, on my marriage, on building this new chapter of my life. I thought I'd moved past it. I really did. Then I saw him. I was at the grocery store with my son in the cart. He was 3 now, chattering away about everything he saw, when I turned down an aisle and froze. My nephew, the 4-year-old boy I'd seen at that disastrous dinner years ago. He was older now, obviously around 7. He was with my mother, who looked like she'd aged a decade. I should have left, should have turned around and gone a different direction. But I stood there, hidden partially by a display, watching them. My mother was buying generic brands of everything, the cheapest options. Her cart was full of basics, nothing extra. My nephew looked thin, not dangerously so, but like he wasn't getting enough. His clothes were worn, but clean. They didn't see me. I made sure of it. But I watched my mother counting change at the register. Watched my nephew ask for candy and her having to say no. Watched them leave with their meager groceries. I shouldn't have done what I did next, but I couldn't help myself. I called my aunt that evening after my son went to bed. "How bad is it?" I asked without preamble. She knew immediately what I meant. She sighed. "Bad. Your sister's husband left her about 6 months ago. Finally had enough, I guess. He has the kids on weekends but pays minimal support. She's living with your parents with all 3 children. She can't find work anywhere. Her reputation is too damaged in this town." "What's she doing for money?" My aunt was quiet for a long moment. "You don't want to know. Tell me." "She's been trying to sell content online. Pictures. That kind of content. It's not going well." I felt sick. Not satisfied. Sick. "That kind of content?" "I'm not going to spell it out, Lindsay. But yes, she's desperate. Your parents are supporting 4 people on their retirement income. It's not enough. She's doing what she thinks she has to do." I ended the call feeling hollow. This wasn't satisfaction. This was watching someone spiral into something dark and desperate, and knowing on some level that I'd contributed to pushing her there. 2 weeks later, my aunt called again. Her voice was shaky. "It leaked," she said. "Someone from town found her content and recognized her. It's spreading everywhere. The photos are on gossip sites, being shared in local groups. Everyone's seen them." I thought I'd feel triumphant. This was ultimate humiliation. Exactly what part of me had wanted. But instead, I felt nothing. Just empty. "Her kids," my aunt continued, her voice cracking, "they're being bullied. Kids at school found the photos somehow. They're showing them to other kids. Mocking them." That's when it stopped being abstract. I saw him again a few days later. Same grocery store, same time of day. But this time, my nephew was crying. Really crying. The kind of desperate sobs that come from deep hurt. My mother was trying to calm him down in the parking lot, but he was inconsolable. A group of kids his age were pointing and laughing from across the lot. "That's him. His mom is the one in those pictures." I stood by my car, my own son oblivious in his seat, and watched my nephew fall apart. Watched him scream at those kids. Watched my mother trying to shield him. Watched the other parents pull their children away while shooting disgusted looks at my mother. My son said something from his car seat, but I couldn't process it. I was locked on that scene, on a 7-year-old boy whose life was being destroyed because of his mother's choices, because of desperation, because of a chain of consequences that led back in some way to me. The kids eventually left. My mother got my nephew into the car. I could still hear his crying from across the parking lot. I got in my car and drove home on autopilot. When Owen came home that evening, I told him what I'd seen. "That child did nothing wrong," I said, my voice shaking. "He's 7 years old and his classmates have seen explicit photos of his mother. He's going to carry that for the rest of his life." "That's not your fault," Owen said carefully. "Isn't it? I posted that story. I set this in motion. She made her choices. All of them. But her son didn't. He didn't choose any of this." I looked at our sleeping child. If something like that happened to our son, I'd want to die. I'd want to burn the world down to protect him. Owen pulled me close. "You're not responsible for her choices or their consequences. Maybe not legally, maybe not directly. But that night, I couldn't shake the image of that little boy crying in a parking lot because of something I'd helped unleash. The nightmares started about a week after I saw my nephew crying in that parking lot. In them, I was the villain, not my sister. Me. I'd watch myself from outside my body, smiling as I destroyed someone's life. Sometimes it was my sister. Sometimes it was her children. Sometimes it was strangers whose faces morphed into people I loved. I'd wake up gasping, covered in sweat, unable to shake the feeling that the dream version of me was more honest than the waking one. Owen would hold me when I woke up like that, but he stopped asking what the nightmares were about. I think he knew. I think we both knew I was processing something I didn't want to face. Then one afternoon, my son asked me a question that broke something inside me. We were coloring together at the kitchen table. He was 3.5 at that age where they pick up everything and ask about everything. He'd been unusually quiet, concentrating on staying inside the lines of his drawing. "Mommy," he said without looking up, "what's an ant?" My hand froze mid-stroke. "What? An ant?" Grandma said something about an ant when we were at her house last week. She was talking to Grandpa, my mother-in-law. She must have been discussing something with Owen's father. My son had overheard. "It's your mom or dad's sister," I said carefully. "Do I have one?" I should have told him the truth. I should have said yes, that he had an aunt he'd never met, that it was complicated, that maybe someday I'd explain. But I didn't. "No," I said. "You don't have an aunt." He nodded, accepting this completely, and went back to coloring. But I sat there feeling like the worst person alive. I just lied to my child. Lied about something fundamental about our family. And the worst part was how easily the lie had come out. That night, after my son was asleep, I broke down. Owen found me crying in the bathroom. "I told him I don't have a sister," I said. "He asked about aunts and I lied to him. I looked my son in the face and lied." Owen was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something I'll never forget. "You're becoming what you hate." I looked up at him, shocked. "I've watched you for 3 years," he continued, his voice gentle but firm. "I've watched you monitor her destruction, feel satisfaction at her suffering, convince yourself it's all justified because of what she did to you. And now you're lying to our son to maintain this narrative where she doesn't exist. You're not healing Lindsay. You're becoming bitter. You're becoming just as toxic as she was. That's not fair, is it? She hurt you. Yes, terribly. But you've spent years hurting her back, even if it was indirect. And now that pain is starting to affect our son. When does it stop? When does the revenge end and the healing begin?" I wanted to argue, but everything he said was true, and we both knew it. "I don't know how to let it go," I whispered. "I know, but you have to try, because if you don't, you're going to pass this hatred down to our son. He's going to grow up learning that family betrayal is unforgivable, that revenge is justified, that lying is acceptable if it protects the narrative you want to maintain." Before I could respond, my phone rang. Late, too late for a normal call. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was my father. "Lindsay," he said, and his voice was wrecked. "It's your mother. She's been diagnosed with cancer. Pancreatic, stage 4. The world tilted. "What?" "They give her less than a year, maybe 6 months. She wanted me to call you. She wants to see you." I couldn't speak, couldn't think. Cancer, terminal, 6 months. "I know you're angry," my father continued. "I know we don't have a relationship anymore, but she's your mother. She's dying. Please." I hung up without answering. Stood there holding the phone, trying to process what I just heard. Owen was watching me. "What happened?" "My mother has cancer. Terminal. Less than a year." He pulled me into his arms. I didn't cry. I just stood there numb, thinking about all the years of silence, all the years of anger, all the bridges I'd burned and convinced myself I was fine with. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked. "I don't know," Owen said honestly. "But whatever you decide, you have to live with it. If you don't see her and she dies, you can't take that back. And if you do see her, you have to be prepared for what that might mean." I thought about my son's question, about my lie, about my nephew crying in a parking lot, about years of obsession and revenge disguised as justice. "I've become someone I don't recognize," I said quietly. "Then change," Owen said simply. "It's not too late, but it has to start now." That night, I lay awake thinking about my mother dying, about my sister struggling, about consequences and choices, and the difference between justice and cruelty, about whether it was possible to heal from betrayal without becoming exactly what you hate. I didn't have answers, but for the first time in years, I was asking the right questions. My father called again 3 days later. I'd been avoiding thinking about the first call, pushing it down, pretending I had more time to decide what to do. "We need to talk," he said. "Your mother wants to make a request." I met him at a coffee shop. Neutral territory. He looked older than I remembered. Thinner, grayer, worn down by the weight of everything that had happened to our family. "She has about 6 months," he said without preamble. "The doctors were clear. It's aggressive. There's no treatment that will make a difference at this stage." I stirred my coffee, not drinking it, just needing something to do with my hands. "She doesn't want you to forgive your sister," he continued. "She knows that's not something she can ask. But she has one request. When the time comes, when she passes, she wants you both there at the funeral. She doesn't want to be buried with her daughters still at war." "That's not fair," I said immediately. "I know. She's asking me to stand next to the person who destroyed my life, to pretend we're a family. To perform grief while the person who betrayed me is there doing the same thing. She's not asking for a performance. She's not asking you to reconcile. She's asking for 2 hours of your life where you're in the same room for her sake. That's all." I laughed bitterly. "That's all? Dad, you have no idea what you're asking." "I do," he said quietly. "I know what she did. I know we handled it wrong. I know we chose her when we should have supported you both differently. I know all of it. But this isn't about rewriting history. It's about giving your mother peace before she dies." "What about my peace? When do I get that?" He didn't have an answer for that. That night, Owen and I had the longest conversation we'd had in months. I told him about my father's request, about the funeral, about the impossible position I was in. "If you don't go, you'll regret it," Owen said. "Not because of them. Because of you. You'll spend the rest of your life wondering if you made the right choice. And if I do go, if I stand there next to her and have to watch her cry and pretend to be the grieving daughter, then you'll know you did everything you could. You'll know you gave your mother what she asked for in her final days." "I hate this," I said. "I hate that she's putting this on me, that I have to choose between my own pain and her peace." "I know. But that's the choice, and only you can make it." The next day, I did something I should have done years ago. I made an appointment with a therapist, not the one I'd seen after the initial betrayal. A new one. Someone who could help me process this fresh hell. Her office was calm, neutral colors, soft lighting, a box of tissues strategically placed. I told her everything. The betrayal, the wedding, the years of silence, the dinner, the post that leaked, my sister's downfall, my nephew crying, the nightmares, the lie to my son, and now this impossible request. She listened without judgment, taking occasional notes. "What do you want?" she asked when I finished. "I don't know. That's not true. You might not want to admit it, but somewhere inside you know what you want." I was quiet for a long time. I wanted to stop hurting. I want to be able to think about my family without feeling this rage. I want my son to grow up without inheriting this darkness. I want to be free of her, of all of them. "And you think seeing your mother before she dies will give you that?" "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe it'll just hurt more." "There's no right answer here," the therapist said gently. "But consider this. What will haunt you more? Going and risking pain, or not going and living with that question forever?" That night, I sat down and wrote a letter to my sister. I don't know why. I wasn't planning to send it, but I needed to get the words out. I wrote about the betrayal, about how it had destroyed me, about the years of anger and obsession, about watching her life fall apart and feeling satisfied, then feeling sick about that satisfaction, about seeing her son crying and realizing that revenge doesn't heal anything. It just creates more pain. I wrote that I didn't forgive her, that I might never forgive her, but that I was tired. Tired of hating her, tired of watching her suffer, tired of letting what she did control my entire existence. I sealed the letter and put it in my desk drawer. I didn't know if I'd ever send it, but writing it felt like something. 3 days later, I called my father. "I'll see her," I said. "Mom, I'll visit her in the hospital, but I'm doing it for me. Not for you or for her or for some fantasy of family reunion. I'm doing it because I need to know I did everything I could before it's too late." "Thank you," he said, his voice breaking. "I'm not promising anything beyond that visit. I'm not promising I'll come to the funeral. I'm not promising I'll ever speak to you or my sister again after this. I'm just promising this one visit. That's all we're asking." But we both knew that wasn't true. This one visit would lead to more requests, more pressure, more complicated emotions. But I'd deal with that when it came. For now, I was taking one step, just one. Not for them, for me. The hospital smelled like antiseptic and desperation. I'd been in hospitals before for my son's birth, for routine appointments. But this felt different, heavier. Like the building itself knew why people came here and mourned with them. I was supposed to meet my father in the lobby at 2 o'clock. He'd take me to my mother's room. Controlled visit, limited time, no drama. That was the plan. But plans never work out the way you think they will. I got there early, anxious and unable to wait at home any longer. Owen had offered to come with me, but I needed to do this alone. I sat in the waiting area, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, trying not to think about what I'd say to my mother. Then I heard a child's voice. "Grandpa, I'm scared." I looked up. My nephew, the 7-year-old I'd seen crying in that parking lot. He was sitting across the waiting room with my father, wearing clothes that looked too big for him, his face drawn and pale. Next to him was my sister. We saw each other at the same moment. Her eyes widened. Mine probably did too. Neither of us had expected this. My father looked between us, clearly panicking about the accidental encounter. For a long moment, nobody moved. Nobody spoke. We just stared at each other across a hospital waiting room. Years of pain and anger and betrayal hanging in the air between us. My sister looked terrible. Not in a petty, satisfying way. In a genuinely concerning way. She'd lost weight. Her hair was pulled back messily. There were dark circles under her eyes so pronounced they looked like bruises. She looked defeated, broken. Her other 2 children weren't there, probably with their father for the weekend. Just her oldest son, the one born from my betrayal, sitting there terrified about his dying grandmother. And then he looked at me, really looked at me. I saw the recognition in his eyes, the way children process new information by examining faces. "Dad," he said quietly, tugging on my father's sleeve. "Who is that lady?" My father's face went pale. "You're my aunt," the boy said suddenly, his eyes going wide. "Aren't you? You look like Mom. And Grandpa talks about 2 daughters sometimes." The waiting room went silent. My sister had tears streaming down her face. My father looked like he wanted to disappear. And I stood there frozen, staring at this child who just realized he had an aunt he'd never known about. "Yes," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm your aunt. Why haven't I met you before?" It was such a simple question, such an innocent question. And there was no good answer. "It's complicated," I managed. "Did you and Mom have a fight?" My sister made a sound, something between a sob and a gasp. She stood up abruptly. I need some air." She practically ran toward the hallway, her shoulders shaking. My father started to go after her, but stopped, looking torn between his daughter and his grandson. The boy looked confused and scared. "Did I say something wrong?" "No," I said quickly. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. I should have left, should have walked away." But I found myself sitting down next to him instead. "Your grandma is very sick," I said gently. "That's scary for everyone. Your mom is upset about that, not about you. Is she going to die?" The bluntness of children. "Yes," I said honestly. "Probably soon." He was quiet, processing this. Then, "Are you upset too?" "Yes, very upset. Even though you and Mom had a fight?" "Even though." He nodded like this made sense in his child's logic. "Sometimes I fight with my brother, but I still love him. The simplicity of it, the innocence. He had no idea about the magnitude of what had happened between his mother and me. To him, it was just a fight between sisters that had gone on too long. "That's very wise," I said. My sister came back then. She'd wiped her face, but her eyes were red and swollen. She saw me sitting with her son and stopped like she wasn't sure if she should intervene. "Mom," the boy said, "this is my aunt. Her name is—" He looked at me, realizing he didn't know. "Lindsay," I said. "Lindsay," he repeated. "That's a nice name." My sister and I locked eyes. For the first time in 7 years, we really looked at each other. Not with anger, not with hatred, just with the weight of everything we'd done to each other. Everything we'd lost, everything we'd destroyed. She looked like she wanted to say something. I probably did too. But neither of us spoke. My father cleared his throat. "Your mother is asking for you. Both of you." Both, of course. This had been the plan all along, hadn't it? Get us both here, force us into the same space. My sister picked up her purse. "Come on," she said to her son. Then to me, "You go first. I'll wait." "No," I heard myself say. "We'll go together." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't reconciliation. It was just exhaustion. Exhaustion with the fighting, with the hatred, with carrying this weight. We walked down that hospital corridor side by side. Not speaking, not looking at each other, but together. And behind us, my nephew held my father's hand and asked if Grandma would want to know he'd met his aunt today. I didn't have an answer for that. I didn't have answers for anything anymore. My mother died 2 months later. Peacefully, they said, though I'm not sure what peaceful means when you're dying of cancer. I'd visited her 3 more times in those 2 months. We talked about small things, my son, the weather, memories from when I was young. We never talked about the betrayal. We never talked about my sister. We just existed in the same space. And maybe that was enough. The funeral was exactly what you'd expect. A church service, a eulogy my father delivered that made everyone cry. Hymns, flowers, people I hadn't seen in years, offering condolences and carefully not mentioning the family drama they definitely knew about. My sister sat on the opposite side of the church with her 3 children. We'd made eye contact once when I arrived. She'd nodded. I'd nodded back. That was it. Owen stayed close to me throughout the service, one hand always on my back or holding mine. My son was too young to really understand what was happening, but he was quiet and well-behaved, sensing the weight of the occasion. At the cemetery, we stood on opposite sides of the grave as they lowered the casket. My father stood between us, physically and metaphorically, trying to bridge a gap that seemed impossible. People filed past, dropping flowers, saying final goodbyes. Eventually, everyone left. My father took my nephew and the other kids back to the car. They needed to use the bathroom, needed snacks, needed a break from grief. Owen took my son to look at other headstones, giving me space. And suddenly, it was just me and my sister standing on opposite sides of our mother's grave. The silence stretched. I thought about walking away. This didn't have to happen. We could maintain our distance even in death. But then she spoke. "I destroyed everything." Her voice was barely audible. "I know that. I've known it for years. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't deserve it." I looked at her across that fresh grave. Really looked at her. She was 30 years old, but looked 40. Life had been brutal to her in ways that showed. "I became you," I said, surprising myself. "Trying to destroy you. I became exactly what I hated." She looked up, confused. "That post," I continued, "the one that leaked. I did that. I knew what would happen. Maybe not the specific details, but I knew it would hurt you. I wanted it to hurt you. I deserved it. Maybe. But here's the thing. I knew about the photos when they leaked. I found out before most people. I could have warned you, could have tried to help you take them down before they spread too far. But I didn't. I made a choice to let it happen, to let you suffer." She was crying now, silent tears streaming down her face. "I watched you lose everything," I said. "Your job, your reputation, your marriage. And I felt satisfied. I told myself it was justice, but it wasn't. It was revenge. And the worst part is, My own voice broke. The worst part is I didn't care who else got hurt. Your kids, your son. I saw him crying in that parking lot because other kids had seen those photos of you. And even then, part of me thought you deserved it. I did deserve it, she whispered. But you're right. My son didn't. None of my kids deserve to suffer because of my mistakes. We stood there, both crying now on opposite sides of our mother's grave. I can't forgive you, I said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What you did, it changed me. It broke something in me that I don't know if I can fix. I know, but I can't keep doing this. This hatred, this obsession with your destruction. It's poisoning me. It's affecting my marriage, my son, my entire life. I've become someone I don't recognize. Someone cruel. She wiped her face. I'm sorry. I've been sorry for years, but I didn't know how to say it. Didn't think I had the right to say it. I destroyed your life because I was jealous and selfish and stupid, and I've spent every day since then paying for it. Your kids shouldn't have to pay for it, too. No, they shouldn't, but they are. My oldest knows the story now. Kids at school made sure of that. He knows his father was engaged to you. He knows I'm the reason you don't talk to us. He's 7 years old and he carries that shame. I thought about my own son, about the lie I told him, about the legacy of pain we were passing down. I pulled the letter from my purse, the one I'd written months ago. I'd been carrying it since then, not sure what to do with it. This is for you, I said, walking around the grave to hand it to her. I don't know if it'll help. It's not forgiveness. It's not reconciliation. It's just acknowledgement of what happened, of what we both did to each other, of where we are now. She took it with shaking hands. Can I read it? Not now. Later, when you're alone. She nodded, holding the letter like it was something fragile. Thank you for being here today, for talking to me. I know how hard this must be. It is hard. It's the hardest thing I've done in years, but it's necessary. Will I see you again after today? I didn't know how to answer that. I don't know. I need time. I need to figure out who I am when I'm not consumed by anger at you. That's fair. She paused. Your son is beautiful. I saw him at the service. He looks like you. Thank you. Your kids, they seem good, resilient. They're surviving. That's about all I can manage right now. We stood there awkwardly, not sure how to end this conversation, not sure what came next. I should go, I said finally. Owen's waiting. My son will be getting restless. Of course, Lindsay. She stopped, swallowed. Thank you for the letter, for today. For not hating me quite as much as you should. I do hate you, I said honestly, but I'm trying not to let it define me anymore. I walked away then, back to Owen and my son, back to my life. As I walked, I heard her crying again, alone at our mother's grave, holding a letter that contained years of pain distilled into a few pages. It wasn't healing. It wasn't closure. But it was a first step toward something. Toward not being enemies, even if we'd never be sisters again. 3 years have passed since my mother's funeral. 3 years of carefully maintained distance, of healing that happens so slowly you barely notice it until you look back and realize how far you've come. I never told my sister about the money. Every month I transfer funds to my father's account with specific instructions for the kids' school supplies, clothes, activities. He knows it's from me. She doesn't. It's easier that way. I'm not doing it for her. I'm doing it for those 3 children who didn't ask to be born into this mess. My sister got a job about 6 months after the funeral. Nothing glamorous. She works at a warehouse doing inventory. It's honest work. She lives in a small apartment now alone. The kids stay with her during the week and with their father on weekends. From what my father tells me, she's in therapy. Weekly sessions, working through everything, trying to become someone different, someone better. I'm in therapy too. Therapy once a month now, down from twice a week. We talk about forgiveness, about healing, about letting go of the need to control everything, about being a better mother to my son by not passing down the darkness of my past. My father lives alone in the house I grew up in. It's too big for him now, full of memories and ghosts. My sister visits on Tuesdays. I visit on Thursdays. We never overlap. It's an unspoken agreement, a boundary we both respect, until his birthday. My father turned 70 this year. Owen convinced me we should go to the party he was having. Small, just family, nothing dramatic. I almost said no, but my son asked if we were going to see Grandpa, and I couldn't think of a good reason to refuse. We showed up at 1 o'clock. My sister and her kids were already there. The moment I walked in with Owen and my son, everything got quiet. Not uncomfortable, just careful. Everyone aware of the fragility of the moment. My sister was in the kitchen helping set up food. She looked up when we entered, and for a split second, I saw fear in her eyes. Fear that I'd leave. Fear that my presence meant conflict. Fear that we were about to ruin our father's birthday. I nodded at her. She nodded back. And that was it. Our kids gravitated toward each other immediately, the way children do. My 6-year-old son and her 10-year-old started playing with some building blocks. Her younger two joined in. They laughed and built towers and knocked them down, completely oblivious to the history that separated their mothers. My sister and I stayed on opposite sides of the room. We didn't speak directly, but we were civil to each other through our father. Could you pass this to your sister? Tell her thank you for bringing the cake. Small interactions mediated safe. At one point, my nephew, the oldest, the one I'd met in the hospital, came up to me. "Hi, Aunt Lindsay," he said, shy. My heart clenched. "Hi, your son is really nice. Can we be friends?" I looked over at my sister. She was watching us, her expression unreadable. "Yes," I said. "You can be friends." Later, after cake and presents and awkward small talk, I found myself standing in the backyard watching all the kids play together. My sister came out a few minutes later, stood about 10 feet away from me, and watched them too. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then she said quietly, "Thank you." "For what?" "For the money. I know it's from you. Dad's terrible at keeping secrets." I didn't confirm or deny it. My therapist says I need to accept help without analyzing the motives behind it. She continued, "That's hard for me, but I'm trying. So thank you. It's helped. It's for the kids." "I know, but still." We watched my son teach her daughter how to do a cartwheel. She was terrible at it, but he was patient, demonstrating over and over. "They don't know," my sister said about us, "about everything that happened. I haven't told them. Neither has my son. He knows he has an aunt and cousins, but not the whole story. Maybe they never need to know. Maybe we can let them just be cousins. Let them have what we destroyed." I thought about that, about the weight of family history, about cycles of pain and revenge, about whether it was possible to break those cycles. "We'll never be sisters again," I said. It wasn't cruel, just honest. "I know, but we don't have to be enemies either." She looked at me then, really looked at me. "No, we don't. I don't forgive you. I don't know if I ever will. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I don't hate you anymore. Not the way I used to. I'm just tired. Tired of carrying it." "Me too." My son called out then, asking me to watch him do something. I waved, told him I was watching. When I looked back, my sister had moved slightly closer. Not much. Just enough that we were standing together rather than separately. "Maybe this is enough," she said quietly. "Maybe we don't need to be family in the traditional sense. Maybe we can just coexist for them." I looked at our children playing together, laughing, building something new that had nothing to do with what we destroyed. "Maybe," I agreed. "Maybe that's enough." We stood there in that backyard. Two women who'd destroyed each other and been destroyed in return, watching our children play in the ruins of what used to be a family. We weren't healed. We weren't reconciled. We weren't sisters. But we'd stopped being enemies. And for the sake of those kids, the innocent ones who deserve better than the war we'd waged, maybe that was enough. Maybe it had to be enough. Because the alternative, continuing the cycle, passing down the hatred, teaching our children that betrayal was unforgivable and revenge was justice, that was a legacy neither of us wanted to leave. So we stood there together but separate, broken but trying, not sisters but not enemies. And somewhere in that complicated middle ground, maybe there was something like peace. Now on to the next story. Story 2. The HOA, Home Owners Association, tried to steal my farm. They forgot who controls their water. When I discovered that my HOA had secretly sold 1,700 acres of my family's farmland, I knew I had to fight back. But instead of just going to court, I decided to remind them of one crucial thing. I control their water supply. The HOA's first move. The morning was perfect for planting. Clear skies and a light breeze. I was on my tractor before sunrise, just like my grandfather had taught me. That's when my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. When I finally checked my messages, I nearly choked on my sandwich. 10 missed calls from neighbors, 3 voicemails from my cousin, and 1 email from the HOA. Violation notice. I opened it. They claimed my tractor noise violated their peaceful enjoyment, and that my chicken coops created offensive odors that affected property values. They gave me 48 hours to shut down all farming operations or face a $200 per day fine. I laughed out loud, but they had no authority over my land. The HOA president showed up the next morning. I was greeted by the sound of a car door slamming. A woman in a crisp white pantsuit marched across my front yard, clipboard in hand, flanked by 2 HOA board members. "Ms. Walker," she called. "I'm Deborah Williams, president of Oak Ridge Estates HOA. We need to discuss your violations." I crossed my arms. "There's nothing to discuss. Your HOA has no jurisdiction over my land." Deborah smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Actually, according to the county zoning board, your agricultural exemption expired last year. That means your land is now subject to HOA regulations." That caught me off guard. My property tax bills hadn't changed. "My family has farmed this land for over 100 years, I said. "No HOA can suddenly claim authority over it." Her smile turned cold. "Times change, Ms. Walker. We have standards now." She handed me a cease and desist order. Then they walked away. But I wasn't about to back down. Something was off. I called my cousin Tom, who lived in Oak Ridge Estates and served on the town council. "They've been planning this for months," he warned. "Deborah's been having private meetings with developers. She's changing meeting minutes after they're approved." That night, I did some digging through county records, and that's when I found it. My agricultural exemption was still valid for another 5 years. Deborah had lied. For the next week, I ignored their letters and fines. Then came the noise complaints to the sheriff. "Mike, look," said Sheriff Davis, an old high school friend. I know this was ridiculous, but they were filing complaints every single day. They had even started a petition to classify my farm as a public nuisance. "Dave," I said, "my family has been feeding this county for generations. What's really going on?" He hesitated. "I shouldn't tell you this, but the HOA is pushing for a massive development project and it involves your land." That's when I saw them. Strangers in suits walking my eastern fields, taking pictures and measurements. I jumped in my truck and drove straight toward them. The shocking discovery. "Can I help you?" I called out. "You're trespassing." A tall man in a designer suit turned. "I'm James Miller with Westview Development Corporation. We're surveying the land for planning purposes." I frowned. "Planning for what?" "This is my farm." Miller looked confused. "According to our paperwork, Westview purchased 1,700 acres from Oak Ridge Estates 3 weeks ago. Construction begins next month." My heart stopped. "That's impossible. I never sold my land." He showed me official documents, survey maps with county stamps, and a signature that looked exactly like mine. But I never signed anything. I raced home and pulled out my property deeds from a safe. Everything looked fine, but something wasn't right. I called the county recorder's office. "Sir, there's an ownership division filing from 6 weeks ago," the clerk said. "According to our records, 1,700 acres were transferred to Oak Ridge Estates Community Trust. You only own 300 acres now." My hand shook. "That's impossible. I never signed any transfer." "Sir, the documents have your sign. Do you want me to email you copies?" When I opened the file, I stared at my own forged signature. That's when I saw her, Deborah, sitting in her luxury SUV parked at the edge of my property, watching me. When she saw me looking, she smiled and waved. I had less than a month before the bulldozers arrived, and that's when I remembered one very important thing. Who controls their water supply? The water rights play. My grandfather had signed an agreement in 1943, allowing the county to build a reservoir on our land. At the time, it seemed like a good deal. The government needed a reservoir to supply nearby communities, and my grandfather, a practical man, saw an opportunity. In exchange, he ensured that our family would have full control over the distribution of water from the reservoir. Not a single drop could be diverted without our authorization, and any changes would require our signature. That little detail was ignored by the real estate developers and the homeowners association when they forged my signature and stole my land. I tried to fight back, took it to court, gathered evidence, but the battle had been decided before it even began. My lawyer told me the process could take years, and even with proof of forgery, I was up against multi-billion-dollar corporations and corrupt politicians. In the end, everything got bogged down in bureaucracy, and before I could stop it, the developers had already begun preparing the land for construction. I had no choice. I lost my farm. The machines came. They tore down the barns, ripped out the fences, leveled the fields my family had farmed for generations. The place where I grew up, where I learned to drive a tractor with my grandfather, became a massive construction site full of cranes and cement trucks. I watched it all without reacting. I didn't protest, didn't throw myself in front of bulldozers, didn't make speeches about corporate greed. I just waited. I waited for years. The project moved forward. The land that once fed the region became one of the largest real estate developments in the state. Luxury condominiums, shopping centers, office buildings, private parks. They wanted to turn my family's old farm into an urban paradise, a symbol of modernity and prosperity. Investors poured millions into the project. Politicians went on TV talking about the new city within a city. The real estate market was booming. The construction companies rushed to erect skyscrapers and high-end housing for future buyers. And me? I kept waiting. Every building that went up, every newly paved street, every artificial park built, all of it relied on my plan. The developers, the politicians, the investors, they all thought they had won. They thought they had beaten me, erased me, built over my history. But there was one thing none of them realized. They built relying on my water. All those thousands of homes, the luxury condos, the shopping centers, the restaurants, the private clubs, everything depended on the reservoir built on my old farm. And that reservoir still belonged to me. The agreement my grandfather signed was never revoked. When they stole my land, they only took the soil but not the water rights. And none of these developers had bothered to check that little detail. The buyers were excited. Pre-sales for the units began. Real estate agents displayed impressive models, promising a perfect, modern, sustainable city. TV commercials advertised it as the next hub of innovation and growth, a place where families could thrive. And that was exactly when I struck. The city was almost complete, but the houses still hadn't been sold. No one had moved in, no investors had gotten their money back. They were just about to close their first million-dollar deals, but they had no idea they were sitting on a ticking time bomb. One night, with all the contracts signed and the developments ready to open, I sent my official statement. The next morning, the headlines were everywhere. Mega development in crisis. Water supply compromised. New urban project built illegally on private water source. Investors warn, without a deal, the new neighborhood could become a ghost town. At the construction company's offices, chaos broke out. The phones wouldn't stop ringing. Lawyers frantically combed through contracts. Executives sweated as they watched thousands of buyers cancel their reservations. And then, as I had expected, they called me for a meeting. This time, it wasn't just Deborah. Everyone was there. The heads of the construction firms, attorneys, investors, even the mayor, all of them sitting at the table, looking at me like I was the devil himself. A man in a tailored suit adjusted his tie and tried to stay calm. "We can resolve this amicably. How much do you want to release the supply?" I crossed my arms. "I don't want money." The hint of relief some of them tried to show immediately vanished. "Then what do you want?" another asked. I smiled slowly. letting them stew in their own panic for a moment before answering. I want everything back. Deborah, sitting in the corner, couldn't contain herself. This is absurd. You're bluffing. The government won't let a single man sabotage a project of this scale. I tilted my head slightly, remaining calm. Try me, but remember, you have beautiful buildings, luxury condos, parks and shopping malls, but not a single drop of water. Some of the executives exchanged terrified glances. One of the lawyers tried to intervene. Perhaps we can renegotiate some conditions. But Deborah snapped at him, furious. Shut up, I chuckled. You have 48 hours to cancel the land sale and return everything to my name. After that, I start talking to the press and my lawyers. The meeting ended with no agreement, but I already knew I had won. In the following days, the media continued exposing the scandal. Investors pulled their money out. The construction companies went into crisis mode. Lawyers scrambled to find a legal way out, but there was nothing they could do without playing by my rules. Now it was just a matter of waiting a little longer. I knew that soon they would come back to me with a proposal. They would have no choice but to accept, and when that happened, I would take back what was mine all along. I sat at the head of the conference table, watching the tense faces of the executives, lawyers, and investors. They were desperate. Some drummed their fingers on the table, others frantically checked their phones, searching for a miracle escape from the disaster they were facing. But they all knew the truth. There was no solution without my approval. The silence stretched for long seconds until one of the suited men finally spoke. We can resolve this amicably, or your demands to restore the water supply. I took a deep breath, savoring the moment. I want everything back. My farm, my land, every inch you stole from me. I want it all back in my name. The reaction was immediate: murmurs, whispers, incredulous stares. And then Deborah, who had been silent until now, exploded. That's impossible. You lost this land legally. It was bought and sold according to the law. You'll never get it back. I crossed my arms and stared directly at her. Legally? You really want to use that word? Because last I checked, my signature was forged. Silence returned, but this time it was heavy and suffocating. No one could deny what I was saying. Before anyone could respond, my lawyer, a sharp-eyed man with graying hair, cleared his throat and leaned forward. Mike, I need to speak with you privately now. I raised an eyebrow, annoyed at the interruption, but I nodded and followed him to a quiet corner of the room. As soon as the door closed behind us, he fixed me with a serious look. You're making a mistake. If you insist on taking back the land, you could lose everything. Rage flared up instantly. What? How can you say that? You know this land is mine. We have the proof. He sighed, crossing his arms. Yes, we have proof, but that doesn't mean the fight will be easy. These corporations have the best lawyers in the country, political influence, and they'll drag this case through the courts for decades if they have to. Even if we prove the forgery, reclaiming the land will be an endless battle. I felt my fist clench. I had waited years for this moment. I wasn't about to let it slip away. Then what do you suggest? I growled. He studied me for a moment, then smirked slightly. Instead of trying to take everything back, make them pay you to stay. I frowned. What the hell do you mean? You now have something you never had before, Mike: visibility. The public is watching this case. Investors are nervous, politicians are panicking. For the first time, you have real power. Use it. I still didn't fully understand. He took a deep breath and continued. Prove beyond doubt that your signature was forged. Make it a legally undeniable fact. If you do that, no one can argue that this land belongs to you. But instead of trying to take it back, turn it into your greatest investment. These companies have poured billions into this development. They can't just abandon it. If you charge them a lifetime lease for the land they stole, you'll become a multimillionaire. You don't need to own the buildings. You just need to make sure they always have to pay to use your land. I stared at him, feeling a mix of anger and fascination. You want me to rent out my own land to the same people who stole it from me? He smiled. I want you to get richer than you ever imagined without lifting a finger. And once you do, they'll never be able to take anything from you again. The thought unsettled me. A part of me wanted revenge. I wanted to see this place burn, to see these companies go bankrupt, to see Deborah and the speculators lose everything. But another part knew my lawyer was right. If I demanded the land back, they would fight tooth and nail. But if I forced them to pay to stay, they'd have no choice but to comply. In the end, which victory would be sweeter? I returned to the conference room, still processing everything. Everyone's eyes were on me, waiting for my decision. I took a deep breath and sat down, meeting each of their gazes. First things first. I want you all to know that I've already proven my signature was forged. If I take this to a judge, this case will drag out for years and your entire project will be shut down. I saw their faces tighten. But I'm not unreasonable. I know many families have invested here. I know billions have been poured into these buildings. So, I have a proposal. I clasped my hands together and smiled. I don't want your companies. I don't want your buildings. I want my name on the deed to this land, and I want a lifetime lease agreement. Every square foot of this place will officially be mine, and you'll pay to keep using what you stole every month, without exception, forever. The reaction was instant. One of the older investors slammed his fist on the table. This is outright extortion. I tilted my head. Oh, so now you care about theft? How interesting. Another lawyer tried to negotiate. We can't agree to a lifetime lease. We can offer a lump sum settlement to resolve this permanently. I shook my head. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. If you refuse, by tomorrow morning this case will be in court and your entire project will be ruled illegal. You all lose. Dead silence. Deborah was pale. She knew I had one. The lawyers whispered among themselves. The investors frantically checked their phones. I just waited. I knew they were trapped. Finally, one of the directors took a deep breath and spoke. We need time to discuss this internally. I shrugged. You have 24 hours. I stood up and walked out of the room, feeling the weight of victory settle on my shoulders. The game wasn't over yet, but I knew I had them cornered. They could argue, try to find loopholes, but in the end, they knew they had no escape. And when they came back with an answer, I would be waiting, ready to ensure that they pay for the rest of their lives for what they did. But something still nagged at me, Deborah. She had been too quiet, and I knew someone like her wouldn't go down without a fight. The following days were a game of patience. I knew they were desperate, but I also knew they would try anything to escape the trap they had fallen into. They needed to maintain appearances, pretend they still had some leverage, some hidden ace up their sleeve, but it was obvious to everyone that time was against them. As I waited for their final response, the media continued to exploit the scandal. Newspapers, TV channels, and investigative blogs dissected every detail of the case, from the forged signature to the corrupt maneuvers that had allowed them to steal my land. Experts debated whether the project could survive such a disaster, while economists warned that the financial collapse of the development was imminent if they didn't find an immediate solution. Then, after 24 hours of closed-door meetings, I received the call I had been expecting. We accept the terms, one of the investor lawyers said, his voice tense as if every word was cutting into his dignity. Good, I replied calmly. We'll sign the contracts tomorrow. The next day, I walked into the conference room of one of the city's most luxurious office buildings. Everyone was there. Executives from major corporations, top-tier lawyers, investors looking like they had swallowed something bitter, and, of course, Deborah. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with hate. She knew I had one, but she still couldn't accept it. The documents were already prepared. I reviewed them with my lawyer. Everything was there: the lifetime lease contract, the official recognition that the land was mine, and the terms for the water supply. Just one more thing, I said as I read through the final clauses. You'll also be paying for the water you use. A heavy silence filled the room. One of the lawyers frowned. But you're already charging rent for the land. Isn't that enough? I smiled and shut the folder with the contracts. You all knew perfectly well that this entire place depends on a reservoir's water. My grandfather signed a contract that gives my family complete control over its distribution. If you want to stay here, you'll pay for it too. The discomfort in the room was palpable. They couldn't refuse. They had no choice. Deborah clenched her teeth, her fists pressing against the table. "You're extorting us." I tilted my head, amused. "No, I'm just charging for what's mine. Unlike you, I don't need forged documents to do it." They knew they had lost. The agreement was signed right then and there. And before I left, I shook hands with some of the investors who, despite their frustration, were trying to maintain their composure. Deborah, however, did not meet my eyes even once. The next day, I restored the water supply, but now under contract. Every drop that flowed into that development's pipelines made me a fortune. The project was saved, buyers came back, and the money flow skyrocketed. The first few months were just the beginning. My name was on every contract. Every transaction involving that land had to go through me. The companies that had built there couldn't operate without paying me rent, and for the water supply it was like an eternal toll, a tribute ensuring that every month millions flowed into my bank account. And then, finally, came the moment to approve the forged signature in court. With the scandal still fresh in the public's memory, taking the case to trial was easy. We had all the evidence. Comparative documents, forensic analysis of the signatures, testimonies from notary office employees who confirmed they had never seen me sign anything in person. The judge didn't take long to issue a verdict. The signature was fake, and the land transfer had been illegal. That should have meant I could reclaim my land entirely and kick everyone out. But at that point, it wasn't even worth it anymore. By then, I was making more money than anyone in that room could ever imagine. If I took the land back, I'd have to manage everything, rebuild the infrastructure, and face new legal battles. But as things stood, I owned the ground under their feet and they had no choice but to keep paying me. So instead of kicking them out, I raised the rent even higher. The court ruling gave me even more leverage in negotiations. Now that my legal ownership was official, I could renegotiate the contracts however I wanted. Some companies tried to protest, claiming the new terms were unfair. My lawyers simply smiled and replied, "If you don't want to pay, feel free to demolish everything and leave." No one left. Now I was a multimillionaire without lifting a finger. But I didn't stop there. With the absurd profits I was making, I diversified my investments. I bought land in other regions, moved into real estate, funded modern agricultural projects. I went from being a farmer who had lost everything to a real estate and infrastructure mogul. The irony. The same investors who once laughed at me were now trying to partner with me for new business deals. And what about Deborah? Her career was completely ruined. With the forged signature exposed, her name was permanently stained. It was discovered that she had not only forged my signature but also altered meeting records to approve projects without public consultation. She was sued, lost all influence, and the investors discarded her without hesitation. But I knew she wasn't going to give up so easily, and I was right. Even after losing everything, after being removed from the project's board, she still tried to claw her way back through a few contacts. I learned that she was gathering a new group of investors to try and overturn my contracts. I knew she would attempt some dirty move, maybe even a new legal trick to try and free herself from the lifelong payments. But this time I was ready for anything. Now she was the one on the defensive, and I couldn't wait to see what her next move would be. Took years. A battle. The day I signed that lifetime lease agreement was the beginning of my empire, but the war was far from over. What followed was a long game of patience, a silent war where, for the first time, I was in control. For years, the former homeowners association, the investors, and the politicians who had tried to crush me had to accept the new reality. I owned the land, and there was nothing they could do to change that. The first years were the toughest. Even though they had signed the contracts, they tried everything, looking for legal loopholes, attempting to renegotiate, even trying to intimidate me. They sued me repeatedly, but every case collapsed as soon as judges examined the documents. The law was on my side, and now so was the power. The contracts were airtight, and every single building in that massive development owed me money, month after month, without exception. It didn't matter if the economy tanked, if the real estate market crashed, if investors pulled out, they still had to pay me to keep their businesses running. That's how I built my family's fortune. Over time, the money from that land stopped being just a steady income and became a financial empire. I expanded my investments, bought more land, acquired companies, launched my own real estate ventures. We moved into technology, modern agriculture, and even urban infrastructure. Before long, the same investors who once tried to ruin me were now coming to me for funding for their projects. But what happened to those who tried to steal from me? The old homeowners association ceased to exist. The signature forgery scandal destroyed its reputation, and over time, the very same residents turned against those who had scammed them. They realized that they had been deceived just as much as I had. The money collected from fees and sales never benefited anyone except the speculators and corrupt officials who had been pulling the strings. The association's name became a joke, a symbol of failure and corruption. And investors? Some accepted their losses and moved on, paying their rent each month without protest. Others tried to escape, to sell their developments, but no one wanted to buy properties locked into a permanent lease agreement. Some went bankrupt. Others simply resigned themselves to the fact that no matter what they did, I would always be making money at their expense. And Deborah? She was by far the one who fought the hardest to survive. Even after being exposed as the mastermind behind the fraud, she refused to disappear. She tried to break into new industries, sought out investors, even attempted to start her own real estate consulting firm. But no one trusted her. No serious investor wanted her name attached to a project. The scam she tried to pull on me ruined her reputation forever. At first, she struggled to stay relevant, showing up at industry events, pretending she still had influence. But as the years passed, fewer and fewer people wanted to do business with her. Her name became synonymous with fraud and financial disaster. Eventually, Deborah vanished from the spotlight. Today, I know that her life is nothing like she had envisioned for herself. She didn't go completely broke, but she's nowhere near the power she once had. She never ran another major development, never regained her influence, never commanded anything significant again. The last I heard, she had moved to a small town, tried to rebuild her life away from the scandals. No matter where she is now, she knows she lost. And me? My life changed forever. I went from being a farmer who almost lost everything to one of the most powerful investors in the region. My family now has a legacy that can never be erased. Everything we built came from what they had tried to steal, and in the end, we were the ones who emerged victorious. Today, my family owns an empire. My children and grandchildren will never have to fight the way I did. But they will always remember where it all started. They grew up knowing that everything we have today didn't come from luck or inheritance, but from years of battle to reclaim what was rightfully ours. And the best part? I never had to destroy anyone, they destroyed themselves. Those who tried to crush me now have nothing, while I have everything that was mine by right and so much more. This was my revenge, and I enjoy it every single day. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My ex left me with our kids in a note that said, "I'll be back in a few years." 6 years later, she came back to find out I had already divorced her. My ex-wife, Vanessa, and I were married for over 14 years. We met in high school and got married quickly, so we never really had much time to explore the world. But honestly, I thought that was fine because we had each other. We even had 2 kids together. However, she always wanted a bigger and better life, and she never hid that. Vanessa spent almost all our savings on expenses, clothes for our kids, or the latest Chanel handbag for herself to impress the other moms. First, I thought it was cute, but she lost control. I could barely pay the rent on time and told her to stop doing this all the time. I guess she couldn't take it anymore because one night I woke up to a letter on the bed saying I was holding her back from achieving her dreams and that she had found someone she could explore the world with in the way she'd always wanted. At the end of the letter, she wrote that she'd be back in a few years and that we could pick up where we left off. When I read the letter, I started calling her nonstop and even had our kids call her too. But every call went straight to voicemail. I had to explain to our young children that mommy would be gone for a while, and they were so confused. They asked if she was dead. I didn't even know what to say. But to me, she was dead. It took me months to adjust to being a single father, but once I did, I started feeling a sense of relief. I no longer had someone constantly asking for money to buy things that would drain all my savings. I also didn't have a wife who refused to give me affection if I didn't buy her gold earrings at the mall. My kids started adjusting to the situation too, despite their despair when she left. Now I had so much more time for myself and managed to earn enough money to become financially stable. A year after she left, I decided I couldn't handle still being married to her. So I hired a lawyer and filed for divorce. Since she was missing, the divorce was granted automatically. I sold our house and found a charming cabin in the town I had always wanted to live in but couldn't because Vanessa said it was too rusty. I felt like I was living in a constant state of happiness and started truly loving myself for the first time. I didn't feel suffocated by complaints or the feeling of never having enough money to please Vanessa. I felt alive. By the 3rd year after she left, my kids no longer mentioned her name. 6 years had passed since Vanessa left our lives with that letter. One quiet Saturday morning, as I sipped my coffee on the porch of the cabin, I heard footsteps on the trail leading to the front door. My heart tightened when I recognized her silhouette, wearing an expression that was a mix of determination and regret. She had the same confident smile she used when she wanted something. The problem was, I already knew exactly what she wanted: to pick up the life she had abandoned. But this time I wasn't having it. Vanessa didn't seem to notice my initial resistance. She smiled and said, "Hello, darling. I'm back as promised." Her audacity left me speechless for a moment. I looked her over, noticing that she still wore expensive clothes and flashy accessories. It was as if she hadn't learned a thing during her years away. On the other hand, I had changed a lot. "Vanessa," I finally said, "what are you doing here?" She paused dramatically, as if waiting for me to embrace her or show some emotion. When I didn't, she replied, "I said I'd come back and here I am. We can pick up where we left off, like I wrote in the letter." I almost laughed at how absurd that idea was, but instead, I looked at her coldly and said, "You think you can disappear for 6 years, leave everything behind, and come back like nothing happened?" She seemed surprised by my reaction. Clearly, Vanessa had expected a triumphant return, not a confrontation. But I wasn't going to make things easy for her. "I know I made mistakes," she began, feigning humility. "But I needed to find myself, and now that I'm back, we can be a family again." At that moment, my oldest son, Lucas, stepped out of the cabin. He was 12 now, far more mature than he should have been for his age. When he saw Vanessa, he froze. She smiled, stretched her arms out, and said, "Lucas, my boy, look how much you've grown." He took a step back, clearly uncomfortable. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice heavy with resentment. Vanessa seemed oblivious to the impact her absence had caused. She tried to approach him, but Lucas backed away again. "You can't just come back and pretend nothing happened," he shouted before running back inside. I felt broken inside seeing the pain in his eyes, but I also felt anger. Not toward him, but toward her for thinking she could come back and force a reconciliation as if she had the right. "Vanessa, go," I said, my voice firm. "We moved on. You're not part of this family anymore." She looked incredulous, as if I were the ungrateful one in this situation. "What do you mean? I'm the mother of your children. I have the right to be here." Those words made me explode. "Right? You lost any right when you left your kids crying for you every night, while I tried to piece together what was left of our lives," I yelled. "You abandoned us, and I'm not letting you do it again." Vanessa tried to argue, but I cut her off. "Oh, and just so you know, I divorced you 5 years ago, so legally you're a stranger to us." Her expression changed completely. It was as if she finally realized she no longer had control over the situation. But as always, Vanessa wasn't going to leave without a fight. "You sold our house?" she asked indignantly. "Where's the money?" I almost laughed. It was typical of her to care more about material things than the people she'd left behind. "The money," I replied. "It was used to raise our kids and build a new life. There's nothing left for you if that's what you're thinking." She looked furious now, as if I were the villain in this story. "That's not fair," she shouted. "I sacrificed everything for this family, and this is how you repay me?" The irony of her words hit me like a slap in the face. Sacrificed? You abandoned everything to chase your own dreams and had the nerve to say you'd come back like nothing happened. Don't talk to me about sacrifice, Vanessa. As she continued to complain, Lucas appeared in the doorway again, this time with his younger sister, Clara. She was 9 now and looked curious but cautious. Dad, is she leaving? Clara asked in a small voice. Yes, sweetheart, I replied without hesitation. Vanessa looked at Clara, trying to connect with her, but Clara averted her eyes. That seemed to hit Vanessa in a way my words never could. She started to sob, but I felt no pity. These were the consequences of her choices. She made one last attempt, but I was resolute. Vanessa, please leave and don't come back. After a few moments of hesitation, she finally turned and began walking back down the trail. This time, she didn't look back. When she disappeared into the trees, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I looked at my kids, who were now standing beside me, and promised myself that I would never let anyone hurt them like that again. We deserve peace, and I would do whatever it took to protect it. The months after Vanessa left seemed peaceful at last. Life was starting to take shape, and I felt like the kids and I had found our rhythm. Lucas and Clara were adjusting well, and I managed to balance work, school, and household responsibilities. Everything seemed fine until the day I was blindsided by a court summons delivered to my door. Vanessa was suing me for custody of the children. Couldn't believe it. How could she have the audacity to do this after everything she put us through? How could she think she had the right to take the kids from me? The absurdity of the situation consumed me. I knew that in many cases courts favored the mother, and that filled me with dread. Even though I had been the only one raising Lucas and Clara all these years, I feared Vanessa's ability to manipulate people with her charm. The day of the hearing arrived. I was nervous but resolute. My lawyer had prepared me, but nothing could have prepared me for seeing Vanessa again. When she entered the courtroom, I was shocked. She looked completely different, dressed modestly, no makeup, with a somber air. It was obvious to me that it was all an act, but the judge and jury seemed immediately sympathetic toward her. Vanessa began her testimony with tears streaming down her face, claiming she had made mistakes but only wanted to make things right and be part of her children's lives again. She portrayed herself as a regretful mother who had only left her kids to work and secure a better future for them. Every word filled me with more indignation. I knew it was a lie, but her tearful voice and feigned remorse seemed to be winning over the court. My lawyer reminded me to stay calm, knowing I'd have my chance to speak. When my turn came, I took a deep breath and started to tell the truth. Your Honor, I'm not here to attack the mother of my children, but the truth must be told. Vanessa didn't leave us to work or improve our lives. She simply abandoned us. I explained how I woke up one night to find a letter on the bed saying I was holding her back and that she wanted to explore the world. I described how I spent nights consoling my kids, who couldn't understand why their mother had left them. I talked about the struggles of raising 2 children alone, juggling work and responsibilities, and yet managing to provide a stable and loving environment for them. As I spoke, I noticed tears welling up in Lucas and Clara's eyes, sitting in the audience section. When I finished, the room was silent. Then, Lucas stood up, his voice trembling. Please don't take us away from our dad. He's all we have. Clara began to cry and ran to hug me, saying, I don't want to go with her. She left us. The judge seemed moved by the children's emotions but maintained his composure. He turned to Vanessa and asked her to explain her actions. She tried to compose herself and began to speak. Your Honor, I know I made mistakes, but everything I did was for them. I went to work abroad to secure a better future. Yes, it was hard, but I was making sacrifices to come back and give them a better life. Her arguments seemed rehearsed, but it was then that my lawyer stepped in. With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to present evidence that contradicts the mother's testimony. He showed the court a series of photos and posts from Vanessa's social media accounts. In them, she was seen at lavish parties, on exotic beaches, and at expensive dinners with various men. There was no indication of hard work or struggle for her children. Instead, the evidence painted a picture of someone living a carefree life financed by others while I faced the challenges of raising 2 young children alone. The impact of the evidence was immediate. The judge's expression changed, and the jury murmured among themselves. Vanessa tried to defend herself, but her words rang hollow. I was trying to build connections to get something better for them, she said, but no one seemed to believe her. The judge, visibly unimpressed, turned to Vanessa. You abandoned your children for years, leaving the most challenging phase of their upbringing entirely in their father's hands while you lived a life of luxury funded by others. And now you want to take them out of a stable, loving environment? Vanessa hung her head, unable to respond. The judge then addressed me. Sir, your testimony and the evidence presented clearly show who has been there for these children. Considering everything said and the preferences expressed by the minors themselves, I grant full custody to the father. Furthermore, the mother is denied visitation rights given the circumstances of her abandonment and the emotional impact caused. Hearing those words, I felt an indescribable sense of relief. Lucas and Clara ran to hug me, tears streaming down all our faces. Justice had been served. Vanessa left the courtroom without looking back, defeated. For me, that moment marked the end of a painful chapter. I knew there would still be challenges ahead, but I also knew I had something Vanessa would never understand. The unconditional love of my children. And that was all that mattered. After the verdict, I brought Lucas and Clara home. The weight I had carried for all those years seemed to have finally lifted. The kids were relieved, even happy, but I noticed something in their eyes that I couldn't quite place. Lucas, usually so mature for his age, was quieter than usual. Clara, despite her smile, seemed a little distant. Over the next week, I returned to our routine. I was focused on making them feel safe and loved, but that look in their eyes kept gnawing at me. I started to realize that even though I had fought so hard to protect them from Vanessa, I might have been neglecting something important, their connection or lack thereof with their mother. One night, as I was tucking Clara into bed, she asked me, "Daddy, why didn't Mommy want to stay with us?" I swallowed hard. It was a question I knew would come someday, but I wasn't ready to hear it yet. I answered carefully, "It's not that she didn't want to stay with you, sweetheart. Sometimes people make choices that end up hurting others, even if they don't mean to." She looked at me with those big, curious eyes that were full of questions she didn't yet know how to ask. "I think I miss her," she said quietly, "but I don't know why." Her words broke my heart. Clara had been so young when Vanessa left that she could barely remember her, and yet there was a void, something I could never fully fill, no matter how hard I tried. After Clara fell asleep, I sat in the living room lost in thought. Lucas walked past me and sat on the couch. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he spoke. "Dad, do you think Mom misses us?" I was surprised by the question, but I realized that, deep down, he shared the same doubts as Clara. I took a deep breath and replied, "I think she does, son. Sometimes people find it hard to show how they feel." Lucas nodded, but he didn't seem entirely convinced. That's when I realized something I had been ignoring throughout the custody battle. No matter what Vanessa had done, she was still their mother. And no matter how much I had fought to protect them, I couldn't deprive them of at least having some connection with her. No child deserves to grow up without any memories of their mother. The next morning, I made a decision. I called my lawyer, who immediately sounded concerned when I told him what I wanted to do. "You don't have to do this," he said. "You won. The court ruled in your favor." I knew that, but this wasn't about legal obligations. It was about doing the right thing. I called Vanessa. She answered hesitantly, clearly suspicious of why I was calling. When I explained my intention, she was silent for a moment before responding, "You'd really do that?" "I'm not doing this for you, Vanessa," I said. "I'm doing it for our kids. They deserve to know you, even if it's just a small part of their lives." And so, we arranged for her to see them once a week, always in a public place to ensure everything remained safe and within boundaries. The following Sunday, I took Lucas and Clara to the park we had agreed upon for the meeting. Vanessa was already there, sitting on a bench, looking nervous. When the kids saw her, they hesitated for a moment. Lucas held my hand as if seeking permission. I nodded, and they both slowly walked toward her. Vanessa tried to start with a smile, but it quickly gave way to tears. She knelt down and hugged them, repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over. Lucas stayed back at first, but Clara couldn't resist and hugged her back. I watched from a distance, feeling a mix of emotions. There was still resentment, but at that moment, I knew taking the step was the right thing to do. It wasn't about forgiving Vanessa or erasing what she had done. It was about ensuring my kids had enough memories to form their own understanding of their mother. On the drive home, Lucas finally broke the silence. "Thanks, Dad," he said quietly. I looked at him in the rearview mirror and saw a small, genuine smile. Clara was tired but seemed more at ease. In that moment, I knew I had done the right thing. From then on, the visits became a routine. I always kept my guard up, ensuring Vanessa didn't use these opportunities to cause more harm. But in the end, it wasn't about her. It was about Lucas and Clara. I still carried the scars of what Vanessa had done, and perhaps I always would, but seeing my children smile and build memories that, despite everything, included their mother, reassured me that I was on the right path. No child deserves to grow up without memories of their mother, no matter how flawed she may be, and above all, my kids knew they could always count on me because, in the end, my love for them was the one thing that would never fail. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name is Nathan and I'm 28 years old. For most of my adult life, I've been the quiet one in the family. Not because I lacked opinions or confidence. I just learned early on that in our household, silence was safer than speaking up. I grew up with my mom, my older sister Lily, and my grandma, all packed into a small but sturdy house my grandfather left behind before he passed. Dad wasn't in the picture after I turned 8, and while that shook me up more than I let on, I learned to deal with it. Lily, on the other hand, took his absence as some kind of torch to carry, like she had to become the golden child in his place. And Mom, she clung to Lily like she was all she had left. Me, I was just there, quiet, reliable, invisible when it was convenient. As I got older, I did what I thought was right. I worked hard, kept my head down, and made sure I didn't cause any trouble. College wasn't really an option. We didn't have the money and no one encouraged me to apply anyway. Instead, I picked up part-time jobs straight out of high school. Warehouse gigs, odd shifts at gas stations, deliveries. I kept moving, always working, never asking for anything. My family never offered help either, but they were more than happy to accept mine whenever bills piled up or Lily wanted something she couldn't afford. And that happened often. Lily was the type who floated through life like the world owed her a parade. She'd switch majors 3 times, then drop out and take a break while I picked up double shifts. Every time she cried about rent or car payments, Mom would guilt-trip me into being a good brother. And I always was. Even when I had to sleep on a futon in the corner of the living room so Lily could have her own room when she moved back in just for a few months. Even when I worked through the flu because someone had to pay the water bill and Grandma's medication in the same week. I never complained, never snapped, not out loud. But the quiet kind of resentment, the kind that builds drip by drip, is the worst kind. You start out thinking you're just doing the right thing. Then one day, you realize you've disappeared completely from your own life. You're just a paycheck and a spare pair of hands. When Lily got pregnant, it was chaos at first. Crying, shouting, the usual storm. But by the end of that week, Mom was gushing about becoming a grandma, and Lily was already browsing Pinterest for nursery ideas. I didn't say much. I congratulated her, offered to help if she needed anything, and went back to work. I figured maybe this time things would shift. Maybe motherhood would humble her a bit, bring her back down to earth. But instead, it only made the spotlight on her shine even brighter. The baby shower was held at our house. They went all out. Pink balloons, streamers, flower walls, a whole table dedicated to cupcakes and treats. I chipped in for the decorations and catered food. Quietly, of course. They didn't ask, but I knew Mom couldn't cover it all, and I didn't want Lily stressing during her pregnancy. I wired the money, stayed out of the way, and figured that would be enough. The day of the shower, I showed up a little late after a long shift. I was tired, My clothes still smelled faintly of oil and cardboard, but I cleaned up the best I could. I brought a gift. Nothing flashy, just a solid baby carrier I knew would last. When I walked in, no one really greeted me. A few people nodded. My mom was showing off the cake to one of Lily's friends, and Lily barely glanced over before turning back to her crowd of bridesmaid-looking guests. I didn't expect a grand welcome. I was used to being overlooked. But what got me wasn't the cold shoulder. It was the laughter. It started when I walked past a small group near the kitchen. One of Lily's friends whispered something, then laughed behind her hand. Another said, loud enough for me to hear, "He's cute in a scrappy rescue dog kind of way." I paused but kept walking. I figured maybe I misheard. I wasn't there to start problems. Later, I overheard my own mother talking to some older relatives. "Nathan, oh, he just works a lot. Always busy. He doesn't really get the whole family thing." Someone chuckled and said, "Well, some people are just better off on their own. He's always been a bit distant, hasn't he?" I stood there, gripping my paper plate, watching the frosting on my cupcake tilt while my stomach churned. I hadn't spoken yet. I hadn't done anything, but somehow I was still the odd one out. Still the punchline in a house I helped keep from collapsing more times than they knew. When I handed Lily my gift, she smiled politely and said, "Thanks. I think I already have one though." She passed it off to her friend without opening it. 10 minutes later, I heard her tell someone she wasn't expecting anything fancy from Nathan. Anyway, that was it. That was the moment. I didn't make a scene, didn't flip a table or shout or throw the gift back at her. I just quietly placed my plate in the trash, nodded to my grandmother, the only one who gave me a sincere smile that day, and left. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't say anything at all. They didn't text me that night or the next. No one asked if I was okay. No one noticed that the guy who'd been helping with bills, groceries, rent, and more without ever being asked had gone completely silent. 2 weeks later, my mom called me in a panic. "Nathan," she said, her voice already raised. "We got something in the mail from the bank. About the mortgage? Something about missed payments and what's going on?" I didn't answer right away. I just stared at the screen, then slowly said, "I think you should check whose name the utilities and mortgage are under and how long they've been paid through." There was silence, then more frantic questions. I hung up before answering any of them. That was the beginning of the unraveling, and they were about to learn in the harshest way just how much they'd taken for granted. But I'll tell you what happened next when you're ready. In the days that followed the baby shower, my phone blew up. Not from concern or apology, just noise. At first, it was my mom, confused and accusatory. "Why would we be getting letters from the bank?" she snapped in a voicemail. "This house has always been fine." Then came the texts. "Did you cancel something? What's going on? Did you mess with the accounts?" I ignored them. I wasn't ready. The truth was, for the past 3 years I had been quietly paying the mortgage. When Grandma's health declined and her fixed income couldn't cover both her meds and the house, I stepped in. At first, it was just a few $100 here and there, but over time I took over the full payment. I had set it all up through an automated plan under my name. The deed still listed my late grandfather with everything pending probate that no one had bothered to finish. They didn't want the responsibility. They just wanted to live there. Utilities, I paid those too. Especially after Mom fell behind when Lily moved back in and Grandma started needing round-the-clock care. I had the login info for all the accounts. I knew the passwords. I'd been handling it all silently, and they'd grown so comfortable with that silence. They mistook it for absence, for weakness. Now, with the payments suddenly frozen and no warning, reality was finally knocking at their door. But instead of acknowledging that maybe, just maybe, I had been doing more than they realized, they went on the attack. Mom left another voicemail that nearly made me laugh out loud. "I can't believe you're doing this to your own family. We're going to get evicted. Why would you just stop without telling anyone?" The gall. Like she expected a courtesy notice before I pulled my lifeline out from under their feet. Then Lily got involved. She texted me a long paragraph that read more like a lecture than a message. "If you had issues, you should have said something. This is supposed to be a happy time for me, and you're ruining it. I'm pregnant. Nathan." Do you even care what the stress is doing to me? That last part stuck with me. Do you even care? I stared at those words, rereading them until the letters blurred. The same girl who never thanked me, who called me just the help during a Christmas party 2 years ago when her boyfriend asked what I did. Now she was accusing me of not caring. And just like that, any trace of guilt I had about pulling away completely vanished. Still, I didn't respond. I wasn't ready to make my move yet. I focused on work, on myself. For once, I let their chaos exist without me running to clean it up, and it showed. Within days, the power bill was overdue. Their Wi-Fi got cut off. The gas company left a final notice on the door. I knew because Grandma called, not to yell, but gently. "Nathan, sweetheart, I know you've been helping more than anyone knew. I'm sorry they never saw it. I just want you to know. I see you. I always have." Her words hit me harder than all the others combined. I offered to pay for her medication directly, nothing more. I made sure her account stayed current and that the pharmacy had her prescriptions ready, but I left the house itself to crumble under its own weight. A week later, I was ambushed at work. I was in the back unloading inventory when one of my coworkers said, "Hey man, there's a lady out front asking for you. Says she's your mom." I sighed, wiped my hands on my jeans, and headed out. Sure enough, there she was standing by the counter, arms folded, eyes scanning every part of the store like she was above being there. When she saw me, she didn't even say hello. "We need to talk now." I glanced at my manager, who gave me a sympathetic look and nodded toward the break room. The moment the door closed, she let loose. "You need to fix this now. The bank says we're behind on 3 months of payments. They're talking about foreclosure. Your sister's crying every night. Your grandma's confused, and this is your fault. You can't just abandon your family like this." I didn't yell. I didn't even raise my voice. I just said calmly, "I didn't abandon anyone. I stopped carrying a load none of you ever asked about until it disappeared." She blinked, caught off guard. "I paid the mortgage. I paid the water, gas, internet. I paid the property taxes when you forgot. I paid for Grandma's insulin. I covered Lily's rent when she moved back in and stopped working for 6 months. I've been doing it all, Mom. Quietly, without a single thank you, without anyone offering to pitch in. And the one time I stop, I'm suddenly the villain." Her face twisted like she'd been slapped. "That's not fair," she snapped. "You never said no before." "Exactly. That was the problem. You all built your comfort on the assumption that I'd always just show up," I said. "Even when you ignored me, mocked me, forgot my birthday 3 years in a row, laughed behind my back at the baby shower. Do you know how humiliating that was? To hear my own mother say, 'I don't understand family,' while I'm the only one actually keeping this one standing." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "I didn't ask for applause," I continued, "but I won't let you shame me for finally stepping away." She tried a new tactic, tears. "You're breaking this family apart, Nathan." I looked her dead in the eye. "This family was broken long before I stopped paying the bills. You just didn't notice until the lights turned off." I walked out of the break room before she could respond. The fallout from that conversation spread like wildfire. Lily posted some vague nonsense online about being betrayed by people closest to you and how not everyone deserves a seat at the table. Her friends flooded the comments with pity and "stay strong, queen" garbage, completely unaware she was crying in a house she never paid a dime toward. Mom tried to guilt Grandma into talking to me, but Grandma had already made up her mind. She told me on the phone, "They don't deserve to lean on you anymore, sweetheart. Let them learn." And learn they would, because just when they thought it couldn't get worse, just when the eviction notice arrived in a red envelope with an official stamp, I made a quiet phone call that would tip the scales completely. I didn't make that phone call out of spite, at least not at first. I called because I needed clarity. For years, I'd shouldered the responsibilities of that house without complaint. But now that the illusion had shattered, I wanted to know exactly where I stood. So, I contacted the probate attorney who'd handled my grandfather's estate, or tried to anyway, before everything got delayed and brushed under the rug. The attorney remembered me. Ah, Nathan. You were the one asking about the back taxes a few years ago, right? Yeah, I said. And I'm the one who paid them. There was a pause on the other end. Interesting, because as far as the records show, you were the only one who ever followed up. I explained the situation, how the house was still in limbo, how no one had finalized the inheritance, and how I'd been paying everything without being on any legal document except the utility accounts. Well, he said after a moment, the will your grandfather left. He named you as the primary heir, not your mother, not your sister, you. I froze. What? It's all in the paperwork, the house, the land, everything. It was supposed to pass to you, but the estate was never officially closed. All it takes is one court visit and some paperwork. If you want to finalize it now, I can have the documents drawn up by the end of the week. I sat there in stunned silence, phone to my ear, while the world around me suddenly tilted. All these years, all the bills, the late nights, the exhaustion, and the house had been meant for me all along. They never told me, I muttered. My mom, Lily. No one said anything. I'm not surprised, he replied gently. It's not uncommon, especially when family politics get messy. That night I barely slept, not because I was conflicted, but because something finally clicked. The years of dismissal, the quiet jokes at my expense, the way they never included me in decisions about the house. They knew, or at least Mom knew. She must have seen the will. She must have known I was the one Grandpa trusted with the house. And instead of telling me, instead of honoring his wishes, she just let me pay and pay and pay while treating me like a second-class guest in my own home. It was betrayal, cold, calculated, and it ran deeper than anything I'd expected. The next morning, I went to the county clerk's office. I submitted the paperwork, signed the necessary forms, and scheduled the court date. It was quiet, simple, unceremonious. But when the judge banged the gavel and declared the transfer complete, I walked out with legal ownership of the property. That house, the one I grew up in, the one I'd fought to keep standing, was finally mine. 2 days later, I drove over. I didn't text, didn't warn them. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw Lily's car still dented on the side, just like it had been for months. Mom's car was parked crooked, half on the lawn. The porch light was off even though it was mid-afternoon, and a stack of unopened mail clung to the mailbox with a rubber band. I could feel the tension in the air before I even stepped out of the car. The door was unlocked. Inside, the living room was a mess. Baby stuff everywhere, crumpled receipts on the table, a half-eaten bowl of cereal by the couch. Lily sat in a recliner scrolling on her phone with a deep frown. She looked up and rolled her eyes. Oh, you. I ignored her and walked past, heading toward the kitchen where Mom stood at the sink, washing something with sharp, angry movements. She didn't turn when she heard me. If you're here to lecture us again, don't bother. We're already drowning. Thanks to you. I dropped a manila envelope onto the counter. What's this? She asked, drying her hands and opening it. She skimmed the first page, then the second, and then her face paled. This can't be real, she whispered. It's the court order, I said calmly. The house is legally mine now. Grandpa left it to me. The will was never finalized, but I just took care of that. Mom's lips parted, but no sound came out. You knew, didn't you? I asked, voice low and steady. You saw the will. You knew it wasn't yours to claim, but you let me pay for everything anyway. You lied by omission. And now you're standing in a house that doesn't belong to you. Lily stormed in behind me, voice sharp and rising. You're kicking out a pregnant woman? Seriously? What kind of brother does that? I turned to her slowly. The kind who's been treated like a wallet for 6 years, while being told he's not really part of the family. She laughed bitterly. So this is revenge. You think this makes you some kind of hero? No, I said, stepping forward. This makes me the owner, and I've got decisions to make. The air went still. Mom sat down hard on a chair, holding the paperwork with trembling hands. Lily kept ranting, saying things like, I'll go to court, and you're heartless. But none of it landed. None of it mattered anymore. I looked at both of them and saw it clearly for the first time. Not just the betrayal, but the pattern. I had always been the safety net, the invisible support, the shadow they could lean on and step over at the same time. But I wasn't that person anymore. I left the papers on the counter. "You have until the end of the week." And then I walked out, the door closing behind me with a finality that echoed through the house. But what came next? That's where things really started to unravel. After I left the house that day, I parked 2 blocks away and just sat in my car. No music, no calls, just me and my own thoughts swirling in silence. I should have felt triumphant, vindicated. I had done the responsible thing. I protected what Grandpa left me. I stood up for myself, and I finally confronted the people who had taken advantage of me for years. But instead, all I felt was hollow. It hit me harder than I expected. The weight of what I'd done. Not the ownership part. Not even the eviction warning. It was the silence. The realization that my family had never really been a family. At least not to me. For them, family meant access, convenience, someone to fix things when they fell apart. When I went home that night, I stared at the walls of my apartment, the 1-bedroom place I'd lived in quietly for 4 years, while still paying for the mortgage of the family home I wasn't welcome in. I'd kept it modest. Second-hand couch, small dining table, a few framed photos of Grandpa and me on a fishing trip. No one had ever visited, not once. I sat at the edge of my bed and scrolled through my messages. Nothing from Mom, nothing from Lily, not even a fake apology, just radio silence. And for a brief second, I wondered if I had gone too far, if I'd let bitterness guide me. Then I opened my budgeting app and looked at the last few months of transactions. Nearly 70% of my take-home pay had been going to support them. 70%. I wasn't bitter. I was just done bleeding for people who'd never even noticed I was hurting. Still, that hollow feeling lingered. The next morning, I got a call from the assisted care facility I had been eyeing for Grandma. "Hi, Nathan. We have a spot opening up at the end of next month. If you're still interested, we'd love to meet with your grandmother and go over the details." I scheduled the appointment immediately. If I was going to cut myself loose from that house, I had to make sure Grandma was safe first. She was the only one who never mocked me, never asked for anything. She always offered what little she had, even if it was just a warm smile or a cup of tea when I looked tired. But even that didn't go smoothly. When I called to tell her about the opening and asked if she wanted to visit the place, her voice sounded nervous. Quiet. "I'd love to, sweetheart, but your mother's been acting strange lately. Ever since you left that paperwork, she barely speaks to me, and she hides the mail when it comes. I don't think she wants me going anywhere." I felt my jaw tighten. "She's what?" "I'm okay," Grandma said quickly, as if to soften the blow. "But I can tell she's angry, and Lily hasn't spoken a word to me since you came by. I think they blame me for something." Of course they did. I hadn't even considered it, that they'd try to isolate her as a way to punish me. But it made sense. Grandma had always been the closest to me, and now that I was holding the power, they needed a scapegoat inside the house. That night, I sat down with a legal pad and started writing everything out. Not emotionally, just practically. What needed to happen next? Who needed to be notified? What resources I needed to line up? I called the care facility again, asked about transportation services. I even emailed the attorney to ask about securing the property and what my rights were as the owner if the residents refused to leave. I didn't want to kick them out onto the street, but I couldn't leave Grandma in that toxic environment. And I couldn't keep pouring time and energy into people who thought of me as nothing but an ATM with a pulse. And yet, even as I planned the next steps, the emotional toll weighed me down. At work, I found myself zoning out during meetings. I dropped a box of product in the stockroom one afternoon and just stood there staring at the broken glass until a coworker snapped me out of it. My appetite was shot. I'd sit with food in front of me for 20 minutes and barely touch it. It wasn't the money or even the betrayal. It was the grief. The grief of realizing your family never really saw you. That for them, love had terms, respect had conditions, and loyalty was expected, not earned. I didn't cry, not really. But one night, I was organizing a drawer, and came across an old Polaroid from when I was 10. It was me and Lily on the front porch. She was holding a popsicle and grinning. I had my arm around her like I was the proud big brother, even though she was 2 years older. I stared at it for a long time, thumb tracing the edges. How do we go from that to this? The next morning, I woke up early and drove to the house again. Not to fight, not to lecture, just to see. I parked across the street and watched for a while. It was quiet, too quiet. Curtains drawn, no movement. After about 20 minutes, I saw Mom step outside with a trash bag. She looked thinner, frazzled. She dumped the bag into the bin and went back in without noticing me. That was the moment I decided I wasn't going to keep circling them hoping they'd finally treat me with decency. I wasn't going to wait for gratitude that would never come. I was going to secure Grandma's future. I was going to finalize the transition of the property. And after that, I was going to sell it, let them figure out what real family means without me. But before I could make my final moves, something unexpected happened. Something that changed everything and sent the situation spiraling into dangerous territory. Things started shifting the moment I committed to walking away. It didn't happen all at once, more like slow, deliberate steps after years of standing still. The first came that weekend. I took Grandma to visit the assisted living facility. I picked her up myself, making sure to call ahead so Mom couldn't interfere. When I arrived at the house, Grandma was already waiting at the curb in her sweater and walking shoes, her small overnight bag sitting beside her. She gave me a tired smile, eyes a little misty. "You ready?" I asked, offering my arm. "More than you know," she whispered. I helped her into the car, and we drove in silence for a bit. The tension didn't fully leave her shoulders until we pulled out of the neighborhood. Only then did she relax, like she had been holding her breath for weeks. She told me that things inside the house had grown colder, that Mom and Lily barely spoke to her unless they needed something, that they tiptoed around her, not out of care, but like she was a burden they hadn't figured out how to get rid of. It made my chest tighten with anger, but I didn't let it show. The facility, by contrast, was warm, bright, cheerful. They had a community garden, a reading room, even a weekly shuttle to town for shopping. When we toured her potential apartment, a cozy corner unit with a small balcony and a view of the trees, she ran her fingers over the windowsill and said almost to herself, "He would have loved this." She meant Grandpa. We stayed for lunch and met some of the staff. By the end of the visit, Grandma turned to me and said, "If you can make this work, I'd be happy here." That was all I needed. I paid the deposit out of my savings that same day. It was the most expensive decision I'd made all year, but the most satisfying one, too. I gave the staff her medical history, dietary needs, prescriptions, and an emergency contact number, mine. And for the first time in months, maybe even years, I felt like I was doing something for me, something right. The next step was the house. I met with a real estate agent the following Monday. She was efficient, sharp, and didn't bat an eye when I told her it was still occupied. "Not for long," I added. She walked the property with me, took notes and said, "It's got good bones. Some updates needed, sure, but this location easily 6 figures. You'll want to get them out soon, though. Can't sell it with a circus going on inside." I nodded. "I'm working on it." Legally, I couldn't force an immediate eviction unless they caused damage or refused to leave after official notice. So, I filed the paperwork, 30 days to vacate, and made sure it was hand-delivered with a witness present. No loopholes, no excuses. At work, things picked up, too. I'd been grinding quietly for years. The guy who always took the late shifts, the holidays, the double duty when someone called out. I never asked for recognition. But after my store manager saw how I'd handled the property situation, calm, methodical, not getting emotional, even when ambushed, he called me into his office. "You ever thought about moving up?" he asked. "We're opening a new branch across town next quarter. You've got leadership material. People respect you. You don't cause drama." That last part made me smirk. "I'm interested," I said simply. He nodded. "I'll put your name in for assistant manager. It's a bump in pay and hours, but you'd be running your own team. Think about it." I didn't have to. I took the offer 2 days later. With the promotion came better income, Not life-changing, but enough to feel real breathing room. I updated my apartment, added a proper desk for the first time, and replaced my lumpy mattress with one that didn't feel like a punishment. I even got a gym membership and started going 3 times a week just to move and clear my head. Every small change felt like a middle finger to the version of me who used to come home exhausted and broke after covering someone else's bills. And as for Lily and Mom, oh, they noticed. Mom left voicemails now, long ones apologizing, sort of, "I didn't realize how much you were doing," she'd say. Or, "I never meant to make you feel left out." But it always circled back to the same thing. "Can we talk? Can you reconsider? Can we figure something out?" Lily tried a different tactic. She showed up at my job one day, pregnant, belly visible now, arms folded across her chest like a shield. "I know we've had problems," she said, standing by the registers, "but you don't have to ruin us. That house is the only thing we have, and you don't even need it. You live in some crappy little apartment and work retail. Why take this from us?" I looked her dead in the eye. "Because it's mine. Grandpa left it to me, and instead of honoring that, you all used me until I stopped being useful." Her face twisted in disbelief, like she couldn't comprehend that I was saying it out loud now, that I wasn't the silent mule anymore. I walked away, let my coworkers escort her out. A week later, I moved Grandma into her new home. She cried when we wheeled her inside, not from sadness, but relief. The staff greeted her like family. Her room was filled with light. I stocked her fridge with her favorite yogurts and left a small framed photo of her and Grandpa on the dresser. That night, I slept better than I had in months. And then came the final letter, a certified copy of the eviction notice stamped and delivered. 30 days. That was the legal grace period. But I knew they wouldn't go quietly, especially because I just learned something new, something about the house's value that changed everything. And the second I confirmed it, I knew exactly how I'd deliver the final blow. About 2 weeks after Grandma settled into her new place, I got a call from my real estate agent. I had just finished locking up the store for the night and was walking to my car when her name lit up my screen. "Hey, Nathan," she said, a little breathless. "You're going to want to sit down." "Why? Did the roof collapse?" She laughed. "No, better. You remember how I said the location was good?" "Yeah. Well, I just got off the phone with a developer. Apparently, the city council approved plans to rezone that entire block. They're turning it into a mixed-use development area. Retail on the bottom, condos on top. Your house, it's sitting right on a planned access road. They're estimating property value in that pocket is about to double, maybe even triple." I stopped walking, hand tightening on my keys. "You serious?" "Dead serious. And get this, that same developer might be interested in buying now before the rezoning spikes the tax bracket. You'd be in a perfect position to negotiate, but you've got to get them out of there first." My heart was pounding. For years, that house had been a weight around my neck. A place filled with tension and bitterness and thankless responsibility. But now it was leverage. Not just emotionally, financially. It was power. I could sell the house for a life-changing amount, pay off my debts, put a down payment on a better apartment, maybe even buy my own place, start something new on my terms, or I could lease it back to the developer, take equity, ride the project up. Options I'd never had before, all from the one place where I was never seen as anything but a spare wallet. I called the attorney again the next day, asked about accelerating the eviction. "If they leave the house in poor condition or if they refuse to comply with the notice, you can file for an expedited order," he explained. "But it's cleaner if they leave willingly." I nodded, though I knew already they weren't leaving willingly. Still, I had to try one more time. If not for them, then for Grandma's peace of mind. So I wrote a letter. Not a cold legal one, a real one. 3 paragraphs, typed, direct. "Mom, Lily, as you're aware, the house is no longer yours. I have honored every legal step. I've paid every overdue bill. I've supported this home and its residents long after I stopped being welcomed in it. But this ends now. You have 2 options. Leave quietly within the next 10 days, and I'll give you each a small relocation stipend. No strings, just enough to get on your feet. Or stay past the deadline and I will file for forced removal through the court." You'll leave with nothing and a record. You don't have to like me, but you will respect what I've done and what I'm capable of. Nathan. I mailed it, registered, tracked, and then I waited. During that wait, things in my life started accelerating. Almost like the universe was finally making room for me. I got confirmation that my assistant manager promotion came with a transfer to the newer store closer to my apartment. Better hours, better team. I said yes without hesitation. I enrolled in 2 online courses, one in real estate fundamentals and another in small business finance. For the first time in years, I had mental energy again. I wasn't just surviving, I was building. Even socially, things changed. A coworker, Sarah, started chatting with me more during shifts. She noticed I brought lunch from home one day and said, "You cook? That's rare." We laughed. She joked about how she burned instant noodles. Then we had lunch again the next day and the next. It was nothing serious yet, but it was something. Then 10 days after I sent the letter, the storm came. I got home from work and found my apartment door covered in sticky notes. Angry, childish ones. "You're disgusting. Rotten hell. You betrayed your family. Hope the money keeps you warm." I peeled them off one by one, oddly calm. I recognized Lily's handwriting. Some were from Mom, too. She had this dramatic cursive that always looped the Y in my name like she was signing a yearbook. They weren't subtle, but they were a gift because tucked between those notes, possibly by accident, was a receipt folded from a pawn shop. I opened it and my stomach turned. It listed a sale dated 2 days ago. Jewelry, rings, earrings, 1 pearl necklace under Lily's name. The items matched Grandma's heirlooms. I'd seen them in a glass box on her dresser just a week before when helping her unpack at the facility. I called Grandma immediately. "Do you still have your jewelry box?" I asked gently. Silence, then, "Oh, I hadn't even thought to look. I assumed it was packed." She paused. "Wait, no. It wasn't with the rest." "Nathan, you don't think." "I'm afraid I do." That was the last straw. This wasn't just entitlement. It wasn't just manipulation. It was theft from a woman who had shown nothing but kindness, from her own daughter and granddaughter. They crossed a line I couldn't uncross, and I suddenly had more than just legal leverage. I had criminal leverage. I contacted the pawn shop, confirmed the transaction, took down the clerk's name. Then I filed a police report, not because I wanted them arrested, but because I wanted it documented, filed, logged, something I could slide across a judge's desk if it came to that. By the end of that week, I had 3 powerful things: legal ownership of the property, an imminent buyer offering well above market price, and evidence of criminal misconduct by the current occupants. And that's when I made the final move. I scheduled a meeting. Neutral ground. A quiet booth in a diner across town. I texted Mom and Lily the time and location. I didn't say what it was about. They showed up late. Lily looked angry. Mom looked tired. Before either could speak, I slid a folder across the table. Inside were 3 things: a copy of the police report, the developer's offer letter, and a printed screenshot of the eviction deadline. Mom paled. Lily scoffed. "This is pathetic." "No," I said. "This is real. You've got 72 hours left. I can press charges or you can walk away with a check. One time, no second chances." They stared at me like they didn't recognize who I was. And honestly, they didn't, because the Nathan they remembered, the quiet one, the easy one, the invisible one, was gone. I had power now, and I was about to use it. They didn't take the deal. Of course, they didn't. After everything, the warnings, the notices, the letter, the police report, they still thought they could win. Lily rolled her eyes and shoved the folder back across the diner table. "We're not signing anything," she said, her voice loud enough to make the couple in the next booth glance over. "You think just because you got lucky with some zoning loophole and a dead man's will, you're the king of the world now?" Mom was quieter, but her tone was even colder. "You'd really do this to your own family? Sell the house out from under your sister? Evict your mother after all we've done for you?" I didn't flinch. I just folded the folder back up and tucked it under my arm. "All right," I said, standing. "See you in court." I walked away without looking back. The next morning, I went to the courthouse with every document I prepared. The will, the deed transfer, the payment records, photos of the pawn receipt, a copy of the eviction notice, the filed police report. By the time I was done presenting everything to the clerk and the magistrate, I was granted expedited removal. An officer would be assigned to serve them the final 48-hour notice. If they weren't out, they'd be forcibly removed. But I didn't stop there. The pawn shop incident had opened another door, and I planned to walk right through it. With Grandma's permission, I contacted the shop owner directly. I explained the situation, provided the police report, and asked if he could hold the items until we resolved the theft. He was hesitant, but after speaking with the detective assigned to the case, he agreed. I then had a lawyer, a friend of a coworker, draft a civil complaint, theft of property, emotional distress, damages for fraud and deception. It wasn't meant to bankrupt them, but it sent a message. You took something sacred, and you're not walking away untouched. Meanwhile, back at the house, things were unraveling fast. Lily posted a long, dramatic rant on Facebook about toxic brothers and jealous men who think money makes them better than blood. She painted herself as a victim. Pregnant, scared, abandoned. Comments poured in from people who didn't know the full story. Stay strong, girl. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Cut him off. You don't need that kind of negativity. But then something shifted. One comment stood out. Wait, isn't that your grandma's house? The one your brother's been paying for? Didn't he cover your rent for like a year? Someone else chimed in. I thought your mom said he was the one who paid the mortgage. Then another. Didn't you pawn your grandma's necklace? I didn't reply. I didn't have to. Word spread quietly at first, then steadily. The people who mattered, family, friends, church acquaintances, even her old high school best friend, started backing away. No more sympathy, just silence. And then came the eviction day. I didn't go in person. I sent my lawyer. They resisted, of course, refused to open the door. But the officers were patient. By hour 4, Lily was crying on the porch, arms wrapped around a laundry basket of clothes. Mom stood beside her, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her, clutching a cardboard box filled with mismatched mugs and a half-burnt candle. They were allowed to take what belonged to them, which, as it turned out, wasn't much. I had already secured Grandma's things. Everything else. Furniture I bought, appliances I replaced, rugs and shelves and curtains I installed with my own hands. I kept. They left the house nearly empty, and I didn't let them back in after that. 2 days later, I walked through the house alone. It smelled stale, like old perfume and stress, but it was quiet, peaceful, mine. I opened the windows, let the light in, and turned on every lamp. Then I called the developer. Let's talk numbers. The offer had risen since the rezoning news spread. What started as a 6-figure bid had grown into a bidding war. By the end of the week, I had a signed agreement, a closing date, and a check that was more than I'd earned in the last 5 years combined. I stood in the driveway on the final day, keys in hand, watching the sun set behind the house I once dreaded walking into. A car slowed as it passed. Not theirs, just a stranger. But I found myself hoping for a second it was them. That they could see what I'd become. That the boy who sat in the corner, forgotten and useful only when convenient, was now the one holding the deed, the pen, the power. Instead, I looked at the keys one last time and dropped them into the realtor's hand. It was done. And yet, I wasn't finished just yet. Because what happened after the sale? Well, that was when everything truly came full circle. The fallout wasn't explosive. It was quiet, slow, the kind of unraveling that happens in silence behind closed doors where bitterness festers and regret has no one left to lash out at but itself. A week after the house sale closed, I got a text from an unknown number. No name, just, hope you're proud. We're staying at a motel. Lily's due in 3 weeks. Mom cries every night. I stared at it for a long time. No apology, no ownership, just a guilt trip wrapped in passive-aggressive pity. The old me might have replied, might have offered help, or at least an explanation, but I just deleted the message and blocked the number. Meanwhile, Grandma was thriving. Her new apartment had become her sanctuary. She joined a book club, made friends with a woman named Edith who taught her how to play bridge, and was walking more now than she had in years. Every Sunday, we had lunch together in the courtyard. We talk about small things, her garden, my new position at work, what movies were playing. But the peace in her eyes said more than any words could. I brought her the pearl necklace the pawn shop returned. When I opened the little velvet box, she gasped and covered her mouth. "They didn't get away with it," I said softly. "None of it." She hugged me then, tighter than I expected. "He'd be proud of you," she whispered. "Your grandfather, so proud." I believed her. Word of the house sale spread through the extended family. A few cousins reached out, most of them careful and polite now. They wanted to reconnect. One uncle emailed me asking if I had any investment tips since I seemed to be doing well lately. I ignored them. I didn't need a crowd, just clarity and maybe peace. As for Mom and Lily, the consequences came faster than they expected. When Lily finally gave birth, it was in a crowded county hospital. No baby shower gifts, no flowers, just her and Mom and the cold realization that bridges once burned don't rebuild themselves overnight. They tried to move in with a distant cousin, but word had spread about the police report, about the pawn shop, about how I'd been the one supporting them for years without credit. No one wanted to get pulled into that mess. They bounced between cheap motels and borrowed couches, always just one step from the street. Eventually, I heard through Grandma that they'd left town. No forwarding address, no goodbye, just gone. And I didn't chase them. Instead, I used part of the money from the house to start something I dreamed about quietly for years. My own logistics consulting business. Nothing flashy. Just me, my laptop, a small office space, and a growing list of clients who actually respected my time and knowledge. Within 6 months, I was making more than I ever had in retail. Within a year, I hired my first employee. I upgraded my apartment, traveled for the first time in my adult life, took Grandma to the beach, her first vacation since Grandpa passed. Life moved forward. It wasn't revenge for the sake of revenge. It was correction, realignment, reclaiming everything I'd been told I wasn't allowed to have. Respect, peace, freedom. And as I stood outside my office one morning, coffee in hand, watching the sun rise over the city I had once felt so small in, I thought back to that baby shower, to the laughter, the whispers, the way they all said I'd never understand what real family means. And now I do. Real family doesn't come with conditions. Real family doesn't use you, then shame you when you stop giving. Real family is the one you protect, even when they never protected you. That was my final lesson, and I learned it the hard way. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Evan. I'm 28. And I guess the best way to start this off is by saying I used to think family loyalty meant something. That if you showed up, gave your time, your money, your care, people would see it, that it would matter. But this past Easter proved I was wrong. I'm the oldest by a long shot. My brother Jeremy is 22. My dad remarried when I was 16, not long after my mom passed. That part still stings to even type out. Her death kind of shattered everything. And while I did my best to hold the pieces together, Dad moved on with eerie speed. Within a year, he was dating this woman named Karen. Yes, with an AC. Because, of course, and by the time I graduated high school, she was already moving into the house we'd shared with Mom. It was never really a family after that. More like a blended arrangement that leaned heavily in Karen and Jeremy's favor. First, I tried. I really did. I offered to help with Jeremy's homework. I brought home groceries. I even got a part-time job to contribute while I was in college. Karen always acted polite, but it was that forced kind of nice, like the way someone smiles at a cashier but doesn't make eye contact. And Dad, he just faded. Started missing my recitals, brushing off our movie nights, canceling father-son trips we used to take every spring. Said he was busy, but he wasn't. He just stopped trying. I moved out at 20 when I finally got tired of feeling like a third wheel in my own house. But even then, I didn't cut ties. I still showed up for birthdays, still mailed gifts, still called every Sunday like clockwork. It was like I kept hoping, maybe next time they'll see me. Maybe next time it'll be different. Spoiler, it wasn't. This year, Karen decided to throw a big family Easter gathering. She posted it in our group chat like it was this grand surprise. Backyard egg hunt, catered food, family traditions. I rolled my eyes, but I agreed to come, mostly because Jeremy had asked me directly and I figured, alright, why not? I had the day off and maybe this was a chance to reconnect. But somehow, even when I know better, I still walk into their house hoping things will feel like home again. The day started off okay. Karen assigned tasks like she was managing a restaurant. Evan, you take the backyard, set up the egg hunt stations, make sure the tables are clean. The kids need juice boxes in the cooler, and don't forget the plastic cutlery. No, please. No, thank you. Just orders. I didn't argue. I smiled, nodded, and got to work. I always do. It's like muscle memory now. I cleaned the backyard, arranged the plastic eggs, laid out the tablecloths, even fixed a few chairs that were wobbling. I went on a last-minute store run when the catering service called and said they forgot the vegetarian dish. I paid out of pocket for it, $174.63. Never got reimbursed, by the way. Around 3 p.m., people started arriving. Cousins, in-laws, Karen's side of the family, mostly. I was the only one sweating in a button-up shirt with grass stains on my knees. Everyone else had somehow shown up fresh, clean, and clueless. Karen's sister greeted me like I was the hired help. "Oh, you must be the one setting everything up. You're doing such a good job." She said it with that faux cheery tone that made me want to laugh and scream at the same time. My own uncle didn't even recognize me at first. Jeremy gave me a side hug and muttered, "Glad you came, man," before disappearing with his girlfriend. As the afternoon went on, I realized something. No one had saved me a seat at any of the tables. I kept telling myself it was an oversight, that maybe someone would notice and fix it. But the more people trickled in, the more chairs were taken until I was left standing with a plastic cup of lukewarm lemonade in my hand and a forced smile on my face. Karen finally announced dinner was ready. People started lining up near the buffet, paper plates in hand, laughing and joking. I lingered near the folding table where I'd set out the forks. That's when it happened. I was reaching over to straighten a napkin holder when I heard my dad's voice. Sharp, sudden, and just loud enough for the people around us to stop talking. "Evan," he said, not looking at me, "you're just a guest in this family now. Don't overstep." It was like someone had sucker punched me. At first, I didn't even process it. I just blinked, confused, thinking maybe I misheard him. But then Karen, standing beside him with her arms crossed, nodded. "It's not your place to run things here," she added with this smug little smile, like she'd been waiting years to say that out loud. I looked over at Jeremy, my brother, my baby brother, who used to follow me around like a shadow when we were kids. He met my eyes and looked away. Not a word, not a single word. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stood there with that same stupid plastic cup in my hand, realizing I was the only one in the yard who felt out of place in a family I used to belong to. I walked inside, didn't say a word, found my bag by the front door where I dropped it earlier that morning, and then I started unplugging things. The Wi-Fi router? Gone. I bought it last year when theirs broke and no one bothered to replace it. The backyard speakers? Mine. I'd lent them for Jeremy's graduation and never got them back. Gone. That extra generator keeping the catering warm? Surprise, that was mine too. Bought it during a snowstorm last winter and left it with Dad just in case. I unplugged it and carried it to my car like it weighed nothing. It felt like something in me had just clicked off. Like the years of bending over backwards, staying quiet, swallowing hurt, just evaporated. And I wasn't done yet. I walked out to my car slow and steady, like I wasn't fuming inside, like I hadn't just been told out loud in front of a yard full of people that I didn't belong to my own family anymore. But I wasn't going to cry. Not for them. Not anymore. As I opened my trunk and started loading the gear, I noticed someone watching me from the kitchen window. Jeremy. He didn't come out. He didn't say anything, just stared. I almost laughed. Maybe he was shocked I didn't just slink off quietly like always. Not this time. After loading up, I got in the car and sat with the engine running. I stared down at my phone and opened a little folder I kept in my notes app. It was labeled Shared Expenses, and it held a lot of things my family had conveniently forgotten I'd covered over the years, like the car insurance policy that was still in my name. Dad had totaled his car a few years back, and I stepped in to co-sign the new one and get him a good rate through my provider. He never transferred it. I paid the monthly premiums quietly out of guilt, I guess, or habit. Or the utilities. The house was still under Mom's name when she passed, and I'd never officially removed myself as the secondary account holder. When they had a financial rough patch last year, Karen had taken a break from work to focus on her wellness, whatever that meant. I agreed to cover the electric bill for a few months. Those months turned into a year. I had all the account logins. I still had access, still had control. And then there was the big one. I wasn't just footing the bill for the Wi-Fi or their Amazon Prime. I was also the guarantor on their new HVAC system. They'd had a problem with their old unit during the worst summer heatwave in decades. And when the contractor required a co-signer, guess who got the call? Me. I didn't even hesitate, just showed up and signed. Paid the first installment out of pocket to get things rolling. Guess what else? I had the contract. So, I opened the billing portal, unlinked my card, clicked transfer ownership. When it wouldn't let me because they hadn't made enough consistent payments, I clicked cancel autopay instead. Then, I logged into the electric company, paused the payment, and texted customer service with a simple line. I'm no longer residing at this address and would like to be removed as a payee. They replied within minutes saying they'd reach out to confirm with the primary holder. I smiled. Then I found the insurance app, pulled up the car policy, removed my payment method, and sent a cancellation notice with an end-of-month date. Finally, I screenshotted every single cancellation, removal, and email confirmation, and emailed it to my dad. Subject line: since I'm just a guest, here's what I'll stop providing. I hit send. Then I drove off. I was about 5 minutes away when the calls started. First it was Jeremy, then Karen, then Dad. None of them left voicemails. I didn't answer. Instead, I drove to my apartment, parked, and made myself a sandwich, the kind I always used to eat as a kid, peanut butter and jelly with the crusts cut off. I needed something familiar, something grounding. It was about an hour later when Jeremy finally texted, "Dude, what's going on?" I stared at it for a while before replying. I texted, "Just a guest. Remember?" No response. The next morning, I woke up to find 4 missed calls from Karen, 2 emails from Dad. One angry, one concerned, and a voicemail from my aunt saying she'd heard things got tense and maybe I was overreacting. Overreacting. I helped throw an entire family gathering, paid out of pocket, and was told publicly I didn't belong, but sure, I was the problem. They underestimated me again. That afternoon, the power went out at their house. I know this because Jeremy texted, "Power's off. Did you do something?" I waited 5 minutes, then replied, "You'd have to ask the family. I'm just the guest." 2 hours later, my dad left me a voicemail. His voice was tight, controlled, but there was a little crack in it, like he couldn't quite believe this was happening. "Evan," he said, "we need to talk. I think things got out of hand." Karen shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I appreciate everything you've done. Let's talk. Please. I didn't respond. I needed him to feel it. Really feel it. Because this wasn't just about Easter. It wasn't about a folding chair or some plastic eggs. It was about every ignored effort, every brushed-off holiday, every time I called and no one picked up. It was about being made to feel like a burden in the same house where I used to hear bedtime stories and make pancakes on Sundays. It was about the little boy who watched his dad move on too fast, who kept hoping year after year that maybe, just maybe, he'd be seen again. And now he finally was. And I wasn't done yet. I waited a full 24 hours before even thinking about calling him back. Not because I was playing games, but because I needed the time to think, to breathe, to not react emotionally like I always had in the past. I wanted to go into this clear-headed, not with hope that he'd suddenly apologize or explain it all away, but to really hear what he had to say when the control slipped out of his hands. So, the next evening around 6 p.m., I called. He answered on the first ring. "Evan," he breathed out like my name was a lifeline. "Thank you. Thank you for calling. Look, I don't know what Karen said or what you think I said." "No." I cut in, my voice firm. "Don't start there. You know exactly what you said. Don't pretend it didn't happen. There was silence on the other end. I could hear him breathing, but he didn't interrupt because I want to be really clear about something. I continued, "You said I was a guest out loud in front of your wife, your son, and every person in that yard. You said I didn't belong after I spent my whole Sunday and half my paycheck making sure your family gathering went smoothly. Evan, it wasn't about. It was exactly about that," I said. "You made a choice and I made mine." He sighed and suddenly his voice took on that familiar, frustrated edge. The one I'd heard in arguments when I was a teenager. The one he used when he wanted to sound like the adult in the room. "I think you're overreacting. You took it too far. Cutting the power, taking the speakers. You're punishing the whole family over a single sentence." I almost laughed. A single sentence? That sentence wasn't a slip-up. It was how you've treated me for years. It just slipped out. This time he was quiet again. "Look," he finally said, softer. "I get it. Things haven't been perfect, but you've always been the strong one. You always handled things better than Jeremy. That's why I leaned on you. That's why I thought you could take it." There it was. The confession. The unspoken truth behind a decade of imbalanced affection. "You thought I could take it, so you gave it to me?" I asked. "You let her treat me like a servant. You let Jeremy escape by while I picked up the slack. You never once asked how I was doing. And when I finally stopped doing everything, suddenly I'm being dramatic. That's not what I'm saying. It's exactly what you're saying." I could feel something inside me, steady, solid, clicking into place. Not anger, not bitterness, just finality. The kind that doesn't scream. It just leaves. "Here's the thing," I said. "I'm not mad. I'm done. Evan, no. I'm done trying to prove I belong to people who only notice me when I'm useful. You want the power back on? Pay your own bill. You want the car insurance covered? Transfer the policy. The HVAC. That debt's yours now. I'm not carrying this anymore." I let the silence settle in again. "You made me the guest, Dad. So, I'm checking out." I hung up before he could respond. I didn't block him. I didn't send a dramatic follow-up email. I just disappeared from the role they'd cast me in. The days that followed were quiet. Tense, but quiet. No more calls, no more texts. I heard from my cousin, the one who still talked to me, that there had been a whole meltdown after Easter. Karen blamed Jeremy for not managing the situation. Jeremy blamed Karen for escalating things. My dad apparently tried to smooth things over, but when the air conditioning cut off in the middle of the week during an unexpected heat wave, yeah, that broke whatever cool he had left. They had to pay for an emergency technician visit in cash. Turns out, when you take the one responsible person out of the equation, things fall apart. I focused on my own life, took a few days off work, slept in, ate well, cleaned my apartment, and for the first time in forever, I didn't feel the weight of being the good son, the fixer, the one holding the family together with duct tape and denial. Then a week later, Jeremy showed up at my apartment. I heard the knock and checked the peephole before opening. He looked sheepish, sweaty, like he'd been pacing in the hall for too long. "Hey," he said. I raised an eyebrow. "You could have texted. I figured you wouldn't answer." I didn't say anything, just waited. "I didn't know," he said after a second. "About everything. The payments, the catering, the insurance. I didn't realize how much you were doing." I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. "You didn't care to know." He nodded. "Yeah, I didn't. I just got used to it. You always handling everything. I guess I thought you liked it." Did I look like I liked it? He smiled faintly, then looked down. "No, not really." There was a long pause. I could tell he wasn't here to argue. That was new. "I talked to Dad. He said he's Dad. He's blaming Karen, but also trying to guilt you for abandoning him. I told him he was lucky you stuck around as long as you did." That almost made me smile. Then he added, "I want to fix things with you. Not for them, just us." I studied his face. For once, there was no entitlement there. No cocky younger brother grin. Just honesty. "You want to fix it?" I asked. "Then start by not needing me to do all the work." He nodded again. "Fair." I opened the door wider and stepped aside. "You want water?" He exhaled like he'd been holding his breath the entire time. Yeah, that would be great. As we sat down in my kitchen, something shifted. Not fully healed, not forgiven, but cracked open, just enough for the air to move again. My dad would keep calling, I was sure. Karen might even send a guilt-ridden email about rebuilding trust. But I wasn't playing along anymore. This time, the guest had left for good. Jeremy and I talked for nearly 2 hours that night. Not just about the Easter disaster, but everything. The years of imbalance, the quiet resentments, the way I always felt like the backup plan, the filler son, the one who made things work while Dad and Karen fawned over Jeremy like he was some rare collectible. To his credit, Jeremy didn't deflect. He didn't make excuses. He listened. I think I was just lazy, he said at one point. It was easier to let you carry it all. And I guess I figured if no one was asking you to stop, then it must have been fine. That's the problem, I said quietly. No one ever asked if it was okay. They just assumed it. He nodded slowly. I'm sorry, man. And weirdly, I believed him. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I was talking to my brother. Not Dad and Karen's golden child. Not the kid who used to borrow money and never pay it back. But the guy who used to sneak candy into my room during finals week or beg me to stay up late to play Mario Kart when we were kids. The version of him that existed before all the favoritism twisted everything. I didn't say it's okay, because it wasn't. But I said thanks, and that was enough for now. The next few weeks were uneventful in the best possible way. I went to work, came home, watched movies I hadn't seen in years, cooked dinner for myself instead of grabbing takeout while sprinting between responsibilities. My apartment became a haven instead of a layover between disasters. It was the calmest I'd felt since college. Dad kept trying. At first, it was subtle. A forwarded meme, a shared calendar invite to family brunch that I promptly declined. Then came the apology texts, each more desperate than the last. We were all stressed that day. I didn't mean it like that. You've always been part of this family. Evan, please don't do this. You're tearing us apart. That one actually made me laugh. Me? I'm not tearing anyone apart. I'm just done being the glue. He didn't reply. Then came the final straw. 3 weeks after Easter, Dad sent me a long email. Not to apologize, not to take responsibility, but to guilt me. Karen is heartbroken. Jeremy's been upset. You've made your point, but maybe it's time to stop punishing everyone. Punishing. That word lit something inside me. Because let me be clear, I hadn't done this to be vindictive. I didn't flip the switch to hurt anyone. I did it because it was the only way to be heard, to stop the cycle, to remind them that I wasn't some silent, dependable footnote in their lives. But apparently, standing up for myself was punishment. So I wrote back, "You want to talk about punishment? Let's talk. For 10 years I've helped with your bills, your car, your home. I paid for groceries when you were short, paid Jeremy's college application fees, lent Karen money for that wellness retreat she never paid me back for. I was your backup wallet, backup organizer, backup emotional support system. I planned birthdays. I picked up decorations. I called every Sunday for years. You forgot my birthday twice. At Christmas last year, you gave me a $20 gift card while Jeremy got a new laptop. You said I already had a good setup. And on Easter, after I planned and paid and set up and cleaned, you stood in front of the family and said I was just a guest. You don't get to call my boundaries punishment. You don't get to hurt me for years and then act shocked when I finally stopped letting you. You made your choices. I'm making mine." I ended it with a simple line. "I wish you well, but I'm done." And I didn't check for a reply. I archived the thread, blocked his number for my own peace, and stepped away completely. Now, here's where it gets interesting. 2 months later, I got a call from Jeremy. "Dad moved out," he said, voice low. "Karen kicked him out last week." "What?" "She found out he was behind on the HVAC payments. He kept telling her they were taken care of, but after you canceled everything, he just ignored it. Thought you'd cave eventually." I closed my eyes. Of course he did. So they started getting final notices. Then the repair guy came back and said there was a lien being placed if they didn't pay. Karen lost it. She blamed him for everything. Said, "You never should have been responsible for any of it." I raised an eyebrow. Now she says that Jeremy sighed. Look, I'm not defending her. She's still Karen, but I guess without you as the buffer, they imploded. It was never going to last. He went quiet for a second. He's been staying at Uncle Rob's. Said he's thinking of selling the house. Wow, I muttered. All of that from one sentence in the backyard. Jeremy laughed dryly. Yeah. Guess you weren't just a guest after all. We stayed in touch after that. Slowly, casually, he came by a few more times. We grabbed lunch. He actually started asking me about my life for once. And on my birthday, for the first time in years, he showed up with a homemade cake, just like Mom used to make. Chocolate with raspberry filling. I didn't even know he could bake. Figured I owed you one, he said. For all the ones you covered. I won't pretend everything healed overnight. Didn't. Some wounds don't close neatly. They just stop bleeding. But I had peace, and that was something. As for my dad, he never responded to my final email. But 3 months later, I got a letter in the mail, handwritten, no return address. Evan, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even know if I deserve it. But I read your email 100 times. You were right about all of it. I got used to you fixing everything. And when you stopped, I didn't know how to function without you. That was my failure, not yours. I'm sorry. I don't know if we'll ever talk again. But I hope one day you can remember the good parts of us, because I do. Dad. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it up, placed it in a drawer, and walked away. Not angry, not vindicated, just free. Because the truth is, sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't loud. It's not a dramatic confrontation or a public takedown. Sometimes it's silence. It's leaving. It's saying, you don't get to hurt me anymore, and meaning it. Now on to the next story. Story 6. They told me the wedding was just close friends. But somehow my card covered the bar tab, the cake, and $4,100 in floral arrangements. I didn't make a scene. I contacted the planner, flagged the card, and had my name removed from all contracts. 2 hours before the ceremony, the flowers vanished, and the bartender left. My dad texted, "Fix this. They're blaming us." I muted the chat. Then my dad called 23 times in a row. I wasn't invited to my own brother's wedding. No surprise there. When my mom said it was going to be just for close friends, I didn't even flinch. We were sitting in her kitchen, and she said it like she was reading off a grocery list, like I was being spared from something I wouldn't care about. I nodded, kept drinking my coffee, and acted like I didn't notice the way she avoided eye contact. I didn't ask who was invited, but I knew family from her side, family from Dad's, a few people who had shown up for every holiday gathering since I was a kid. You know, the ones they still called aunts and uncles, even though they weren't related to us by blood or marriage. Basically, everyone but me. Still, I stayed quiet. No one needed to know I had just added $6,000 to our old joint family account a week earlier. I had sold off a bunch of equipment from a freelance project, stuff I didn't need anymore, and the cash was supposed to hang there for a few days until I shifted it to my personal account. I left it because I still had some weird attachment to the idea that we could share things without anyone screwing me over. That was my mistake. 3 days before the wedding, I started getting credit card notifications. At first, I thought it was fraud, a $2,300 charge at a bakery. Then $1,800 at a high-end floral boutique. Another for bar services. I called the card company. The woman on the line confirmed that all the charges were made under an event package and someone had used my information tied to a family planner account. When I asked who, she read the name slowly, Marshall Grant, my mom. I didn't even blink. Just asked for everything pending under that profile and told her to cancel it all. The vendor contract still had my name as financial guarantor. I called the wedding organizer, explained the situation plainly, and revoked every one of them. I didn't yell. I didn't accuse anyone. I just wiped my name off like it was never there. 2 hours before the ceremony, my phone buzzed with 2 separate vendor alerts. First, the message, bartender has left location. No backup available. Client unreachable. Then floral delivery canceled. Payment method declined. My phone lit up a minute later. A message from my dad. Fix this. They're blaming us. I turned off notifications without replying. Then came the calls. He called 23 times in under 40 minutes. No voicemails. Just the same name lighting up my screen like it was some kind of emergency. I watched it buzz across the table while I finished my dinner. I didn't answer until the last call. I said, "What?" He went quiet for a second, probably surprised I picked up. Then he said, "Your mother's in tears. Your brother is humiliated. You think this is funny?" I said, "I think it's appropriate." He said, "You fix this or you're not family." I hung up, blocked the number. Then I left the phone in another room. The wedding still happened. They scrambled, begged, and patched together something last minute. I saw a few pictures float across mutual friends' stories. The cake was a basic sheet cake from a grocery store. The reception was held in someone's backyard. There were beer cans and plastic cups. They never mentioned my name in public. Not once. They played it cool like everything had been planned that way. But the texts started again the next morning from different numbers. I ignored all of them. I didn't know it yet, but that was just the start. The real fallout came fast. Not because I pulled the plug on their dream wedding, but because they assumed I wouldn't fight back and because they weren't finished trying to use me. The morning after the wedding, I got a Venmo request from my brother for $1,100 labeled, "Wedding stuff your part." I stared at it for a few seconds like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd understand what part of his brain thought that was a normal thing to do. I didn't decline it. I didn't reply. I just screenshotted it and archived it in a folder labeled, "Attempts." By noon, I'd gotten 3 texts from my mom, all different tones. One emotional, one cold, one passive-aggressive. I didn't respond. Then a 4th message came from my aunt, saying I was tearing the family apart. That one made me laugh a little. I hadn't even been part of the family, according to them, just 3 days ago. I thought that would be it for a while, that they'd lick their wounds, maybe go silent, maybe pretend I didn't exist for another few months. But then things got weird. On Monday, I logged into our family share drive, something we used years ago to keep paperwork and documents when we were helping Dad through a medical thing, and saw a new folder labeled Lucas's Obligations. Inside were PDFs, scans of receipts from the wedding, screenshots of text messages between my mom and vendors, and a typed-out document with the title Agreements and Understandings, Family Support 2020 to 2025. They had backdated it. It was formatted like a legal agreement, full of vague statements about shared responsibility and family-funded events with my name added into lines that sounded like I had signed off on everything. I hadn't. None of the signature fields were filled. It looked like something whipped together by someone who had only ever watched court dramas. I called a lawyer I knew from a freelance gig and asked them to take a quick look. They laughed and said it was useless but weird, they added. And not something you ignore. Save everything. So I did. I backed it all up. Texts, emails, screenshots, even the Venmo request. And then, because I wanted to be very clear, I sent one message to the family group chat. Do not contact me again unless it's through a legal representative. Everything else will be documented. Left it at that. 3 days later, I got a call from my work's HR. Someone had submitted an anonymous report claiming I was under investigation for financial misconduct outside the company. They said it didn't affect my employment, but they were required to check. It wasn't a stretch to guess who had done it. What they didn't realize was that I had just been promoted, that the company knew me, and that their little stunt had just opened a new door for me, one that let me start pulling threads that they had left hanging for years. See, they thought this was about a wedding, but I'd been quiet for a long time. Too long. A week passed. No texts, no calls, just silence. But silence from my family never meant peace. It meant planning. Then the letters started. First one came in a white envelope with no return address. Just my name typed. Inside was a printed statement, not even handwritten, accusing me of dereliction of family duty, whatever that meant. It was signed The Family, like I was getting warnings from a cult. I folded it up and slid it into the same attempts folder. Then one of my cousins messaged me from a new account saying, "They're putting together a statement to send to your work." I asked who they were. She didn't answer, just said, "You didn't hear it from me," which was code for, "I'm part of it, but don't want to burn the bridge." It wasn't hard to piece it together. My parents had convinced a few relatives that I had committed some kind of betrayal by pulling my financial support. Like I was responsible for their budget collapse because I stopped letting them spend my money without asking. They tried to play it subtle, posting cryptic things on Facebook. Like, some people only want to be around when they're needed and you raised them, you fed them, and still they betray you. The usual martyr stuff. What they didn't know was that I had started talking to my brother's ex. Her name was Valerie. They had dated for 3 years and my family hated her for reasons that never made sense. She'd reached out after the wedding photos surfaced. Said she was sorry I had been treated like a stranger. I figured she was being polite, but then she mentioned something about an account. What account? I asked. She told me my brother had once bragged that their emergency wedding fund had gotten a boost from Lucas's little nest egg. I asked her when this happened. She said February. That was 2 months before I added the $6,000 to the joint account, which meant they had known they were going to use my money before they told me I wasn't invited. They had probably planned it that way from the start. Use the cash, blame logistics, keep the party clean. Now it was revenge. So I started pulling everything. Every cent I had ever loaned, transferred, or contributed over the years. Family vacations I paid for. My dad's overdue taxes I helped clear. My mom's car registration fines. I made a spreadsheet and attached receipts. It was a slow burn. I wasn't going to demand repayment. I wasn't even going to send it to them. I was going to show it to someone else because buried in the middle of all that was a detail I had forgotten. I had once transferred $8,000 directly into my parents' joint savings account 2 years ago to help them avoid foreclosure. My name wasn't on the house, but the transfer had been made with a written understanding that they'd sign partial ownership if the mortgage cleared. They never did. And now they were about to need a lawyer. But I was patient. I didn't fire back right away. I let them post, let them message, let them scramble. Then one of them made a mistake. They sent a family-wide email accusing me of trying to sabotage my brother's marriage and threatening to remove me from the will permanently. That email went to one of my coworkers by accident. Her name is also Lucas, short for Lucinda. She forwarded it to me, and I knew the quiet part of this war was over. Once Lucinda forwarded me that email, everything shifted. It wasn't just petty anymore. It was public. The line had been crossed. So I replied to the email thread. Not emotionally, just with a screenshot showing they had sent it to the wrong person. I added one sentence. You might want to be more careful. Then I did nothing else for 2 days. They stayed quiet after that. I think they realized they messed up, but they didn't know how badly. I didn't hear anything until Saturday night when I got a call from Valerie again. This time she didn't bother with pleasantries. She told me my parents had filed something in small claims court. They're trying to sue you, she said, for damages to the wedding. I honestly laughed. They were suing me for canceling services I paid for an event I wasn't invited to. The paperwork hadn't arrived yet, but I knew it was coming. What they didn't know was that I had already gone further. I had spoken to a real attorney. I wasn't just playing defense anymore. By Monday morning, I had a formal letter sent to my parents from my lawyer. It detailed everything. The unauthorized use of funds, the false documents, the harassment, and the misuse of my name on financial contracts. But it also included something else, the property transfer agreement. My lawyer asked for the original $8,000 to be returned immediately or for a partial title adjustment to reflect the agreed support. No threats, just legal clarity. She gave them 2 weeks. That's when everything exploded. First, my cousin Amy went on Facebook and made a long post about entitled children who think helping their parents makes them landlords. Then, my uncle posted a meme about narcissists pretending to be victims. I didn't reply to any of it. Neither did Valerie, though. She kept sending me screenshots like we were building a scrapbook. Then, something unexpected happened. I got a text from my brother. It just said, I didn't know about the $8,000. They told me it was a gift from Mom's savings. I'm sorry. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't believe him, but because it didn't change anything. He had let them use me. Whether he knew the numbers or not, he knew I wasn't invited and didn't say a word. That kind of silence doesn't go away with one text. The lawsuit never made it to court. My lawyer filed a preemptive notice that spooked them into backing down. A week later, I got a message from an unknown number. "My mom. Tell your lawyer to drop this. We're family." I blocked it. The last time I saw my family together was in a tagged photo from a birthday party for a distant cousin. They all looked tired. My dad wasn't there. I found out later he moved into a motel after a fight with my mom about money. My brother and his new wife were living with her parents now. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. But I kept every screenshot. And I wasn't done yet. I hadn't heard anything for about a month. No emails, no texts, no new charges or threats. For a second, I thought maybe it was over. Not forgiven, just exhausted. Like they burned themselves out trying to spin the story and finally gave up. But then something strange happened. I went to withdraw money from one of my old bank accounts and saw it had been frozen. Not empty, frozen. It was a shared account I'd forgotten about. One I used years ago when I was helping my dad with his small landscaping business. I had left a couple thousand in there, completely off my radar until that day. I called the bank. They told me there had been a flagged attempt to transfer the full balance to a new business entity, an LLC I'd never heard of. The account had been frozen due to a mismatch in the authorization signature. The rep asked if I knew someone named Craig Barrett. I didn't, but I Googled the name. It was the name of my father's longtime friend, a guy who had done odd jobs with him on and off. I found an LLC registered under Craig's name filed less than 2 weeks earlier. The business name, Grant Family Enterprises. My last name. I dug deeper. The LLC used my dad's home address and the application listed a financial cosigner email. It was mine, not an actual business email, but a fake one. My name with a number added, hosted on some throwaway domain. It looked just real enough to pass unless someone checked. I brought it to my lawyer. She got very quiet. The forgery wasn't just amateur. It was criminal. We filed a fraud report and submitted a request to subpoena the records. Meanwhile, I checked with other financial institutions I'd had connections to just in case. That's when I found another gem. My dad had tried to co-sign a loan using an old investment account I had partially funded years ago. The loan hadn't gone through. He was denied, but the attempt was on record. He'd used a fake email for that too, this time with my full name. Now, I understood the sudden silence. They hadn't gone quiet. They had just gone dark, moving under the radar, setting things up, hoping I wouldn't notice until it was too late. But they had underestimated how much I'd grown used to watching them, and how long I'd been waiting to put distance between us in a way they couldn't claw back from. I escalated everything. A full fraud case was filed. Bank accounts were reviewed. My lawyer filed for a formal cease and desist and began gathering material for a potential civil case. I didn't post anything. I didn't even tell friends until Valerie sent me another message. She'd been contacted by my mom. "Please convince Lucas to stop this. He's going to destroy the family." Valerie sent me screenshots. They blamed her for giving me fuel. Said she'd let bitterness become poison. And then the kicker. My mom said if I didn't back off, she'd go to the press. We still have people who listen. That was when I finally realized this wasn't desperation anymore. It was war. But they'd miscalculated again because I hadn't started any of this for revenge. I started it because I wanted out. Now I was going to make sure no one else ended up tied to this kind of mess. And I had more to expose than they ever expected. Because tucked away in an old email thread I hadn't looked at in years, I found something. An old PDF, a scanned contract between my dad and a man named Stuart Caldwell. It had my signature on it, but I had never met Stuart Caldwell. The PDF was buried in an email thread from 2021. I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't searched my name with some old filters I never used anymore. At the time, I was signing a bunch of paperwork to help my dad refinance a work truck loan. Back when I still believed his stories about trying to rebuild things. The file was titled, Service Agreement, 2021 Partnership. I opened it expecting some old document I glanced at once and forgotten. But the signature block at the bottom had my full name, and not just typed, scanned my signature, my initials on every page. But I didn't remember this contract, not even vaguely. The other signature was Stuart Caldwell. I looked him up. He wasn't some random guy. He was the former owner of a real estate investment company that collapsed 2 years ago under suspicion of fraud. A small-time player, but the name was in a few articles. He'd sold off most of his assets and disappeared from public view. But what stopped me cold was one specific article buried in a local paper. Caldwell's former business partner, Marcus Grant, declined to comment. Marcus, my dad. I called my lawyer again and forwarded the PDF. She ran a quick search. It wasn't just a loan contract or some service agreement. It was a partnership registration, an agreement that made it look like I had authorized the use of my financial profile for joint real estate ventures. Ventures that collapsed months later. The paper trail was murky, but if anyone dug, my name was technically on file as a minor stakeholder. No one had come knocking because the collapse was quiet, internal. But it meant my dad had been forging my name on contracts long before the wedding. And if Caldwell had ever decided to come after someone, he'd have found me. That's when the last piece clicked into place. They didn't just use me for a wedding. They were using me for years, quietly, bit by bit, as leverage, as credit, as a name with clean paper. The wedding just happened to be the first time I noticed. But it wasn't the first time it had happened. So I made a decision. No more hiding behind messages and lawyers and half-blocked accounts. I filed a full police report, not just for the forged contract, not just for the stolen funds, but for years of document misuse, unauthorized cosigns, and signature fraud. Everything we could find. My lawyer attached the file. We sent copies to the banks, the courts, the IRS, anywhere that had touched any of the documents. Then I made one final move. I wrote an email. Short, direct. I sent it to my brother, my mom, my dad, my aunt, and even Amy. Subject: unlisted debts. Body: you wanted to use my name. Now you'll watch it in court. Every document you forged, every account you accessed, and every lie you told will be read into the record. I won't be calling. I won't be replying, but I'll be there. Front row. I didn't hear back for 2 days. Then one reply came in from my brother. Just one sentence. They're trying to pin it all on me. That was the first moment I actually sat down and breathed, because this wasn't just the end of a relationship anymore. It was the beginning of their unraveling. And it hadn't even gone public yet. The police didn't move fast, but they moved. My lawyer told me these things take time. But behind the scenes, the gears started turning. Slow, heavy, and inevitable. Fraud investigators opened files. Bank representatives requested verification documents. And quietly, without warning, someone from the IRS contacted me. Apparently, someone, likely my father, had filed under my name multiple times over the last few years. Small business write-offs, expenses tied to Grant family enterprises, even income from contracts I'd never touched. At first, they thought I was in on it. But after reviewing the growing stack of evidence, they realized what had really happened. I became a witness, then a complainant, then the quiet center of a much larger mess than anyone had predicted. 3 weeks after I sent that final email, my father was served at work. According to a former friend of his who still followed me on social media under a burner account, weirdly, he tried to play it cool when the papers came, said it was a formality, but within 48 hours he had drained his personal account and ghosted everyone. My mother followed 2 days later. I found out she had tried to cash out a joint certificate of deposit that wasn't in her name. Mine actually set up when I was 17. The bank froze the transaction, then called me. Everything unraveled at once. My brother finally snapped. He sent me a long panicked message. Pages of text. He said Dad had left town. Said Mom was saying she didn't understand any of it and that everything was exaggerated. But he also admitted something else. A few months before the wedding, they had used my information to get a small personal loan. He didn't know it had crossed legal lines. Claimed he thought it was pre-approved or something. He begged me to reconsider pressing charges, but I wasn't the one pressing charges anymore. That was out of my hands now. The state picked it up. The tax fraud alone was enough to trigger formal proceedings. The forged documents added weight, and when they looked into the attempted transfer through that fake LLC, the bank gave a full breakdown of how many times they tried using variations of my name, my accounts, even my digital signature. My dad lost his job. Not immediately, but eventually word got around. A quiet firing, no severance. My mother moved in with her sister in Oregon. Last I heard, they weren't speaking anymore either. And my brother, he left town. I don't know where. Valerie told me he messaged her, too. Apologized for everything. Said he didn't expect it to end this way. He left her with a box of old photos and a single envelope that had my name on it. Inside was a check written from one of their old accounts. It bounced. I never deposited it. Just saved the image for the file. People always expect revenge to be loud, explosive, cinematic. But mine wasn't. I didn't scream. I didn't show up to ruin anyone's moment. I just removed my name slowly everywhere they had planted it. Like pulling weeds. The last step was closing the joint account for good. I left exactly $1 inside before shutting it down. No memo, no message. Just enough for them to know I had the final word. A few months later, someone emailed me from a real estate office in Florida. They asked if I knew of Marcus Grant trying to use me as a character reference. I said no. That was the last time anyone asked me about my family. And honestly, I hope it stays that way. Now on to the next story. Story 7. He'll always be our servant, my sister said, and parents laughed at me. But I said, stop. And I shocked them when I went and stopped paying their bills the next day. My sister and I came home from work that evening exhausted and just wanted to crash in my room. As I reached the front door, I heard laughter. Not the usual kindness. It was different. It was evil. Curious, I stayed still and listened. He will always be our servant, my sister Emily said. My parents laughed. Yeah. Can you believe he actually thought we'd appreciate him paying for everything? It's like he enjoys being used. My dad chuckled. My mom joined in. Remember last month when he worked overtime just to make sure we had enough for the mortgage? What a loser, Emily added. And when I told him I needed money for the wedding, he just handed it over like a trained dog. Pathetic. They laughed and went on talking about all the times I had bailed them out, all the times I had sacrificed to make sure they were comfortable, and they thought it was funny. I felt sick. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. Their laughter stopped immediately when they saw me. You think this is funny? My voice trembled with anger. I've done everything for this family. I paid your bills, put a roof over your heads, and this is what I get. Emily scoffed. Relax, you're overreacting. We were just talking. No, I snapped. You were laughing at me. You mock me. You think I'm your servant? Fine. Let's see how you get along without your servant. They all stared at me. My dad rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, Terry. What are you going to do? Stop being a pushover, please. I took a deep breath. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. From now on, I'm not going to pay for anything. The mortgage, that's on you. The utilities, figure that out. And Emily, I turned to my sister. You better find another way to pay for your wedding because I'm out. The silence was thick. My mom looked stunned. My dad narrowed his eyes. Emily's face turned red. You can't do this, she shouted. Why? Watch me. I said. Oh, and that car you were using? That's mine. I'm taking it back. You're being selfish, my mother snapped. After all we've done for you. I laughed and shook my head. Everything you've done for me? What, treating me like a bank? Using me until I had nothing? Emily panicked. Terry, please let's just... But I was done. I packed a bag that night and left, ignoring her calls and texts. 1 week later, I was free for the first time in my life. No one called me to ask for money. No one was guilting me into solving their problems. I had my own space, my own bills, and my own life. Felt strange at first, like I was waiting for them to pull me back in. Then my phone started ringing. Aunt Linda was calling. Terry, I need to talk to you. It's about your parents. I ignored her. Then my uncle left a message. They need you, Terry. They're struggling. Then more messages. Cousins, distant relatives, people I hadn't spoken to in years. Your parents are sick, Terry. You can't just abandon them. They're behind on bills, they're suffering without you. I know you're upset, but family is family. I tried to ignore it, but then my mother called. She was crying. She told me that my father had gotten sick, that they were behind on everything, that Emily was totally overwhelmed. "We don't know what we're going to do without you, Terry. Please, just come home." I hesitated. Every part of me was screaming that this was manipulation. But then I thought, what if it's real? What if they really need help? So, after a week of freedom, I packed up and went back. When I got there, my mom hugged me like I had been gone for years. My dad patted me on the back like nothing had happened. Emily acted as if she had never insulted me in her life. "We're so glad you came to your senses, Terry," my mom said. I didn't know how to feel. Had I made a mistake, or had I done the right thing? The next morning, I checked my parents' finances. They weren't behind on any bills. My father wasn't sick. He had a mild cold. Emily wasn't overwhelmed. She'd spent the week out with friends. It was all a lie. They just wanted me back because they knew I would take care of things again. And I did because I didn't know how to leave. I was back for a month. A whole month of paying their bills, driving Emily around, paying for my mom's groceries and my dad's drinking. A whole month of them treating me like nothing had ever happened. At first, I told myself I was doing the right thing, that maybe I had overreacted before, maybe I was being dramatic. Then one night, I overheard something that made my blood run cold. I was in my room, exhausted after another long day at work. My parents thought I had gone to bed when my father spoke. "See, I told you he'd be back." Emily laughed. "I knew it. He always does. He's too soft to leave us for good. And now everything is back to normal." My mother added, "We don't have to worry about a thing. He'll take care of it like he always does." Then my dad said something that hit me like a brick in the face. "It's funny how he actually thought he could leave. He'll never leave. He's too weak." I froze. They weren't happy that I was back because they missed me. They were happy because they had won. I wasn't their son. I was their property. I didn't sleep that night. Every moment of my life with them replayed in my mind. Every time they guilt me, every time they laughed at my sacrifices, every time they made me feel like I had to be the one to hold the family together. No more. I was done. But this time, I wasn't just going to walk away. I was going to make sure they felt it. The next morning, I called my cousin Jake. "You were right," I told him. "I never should have come back." Jake didn't gloat. He just said, "Well, let's get you out of there for real this time." We came up with a plan. I started quietly moving my things out, taking a little each day when no one was looking. I sold the car Emily had been using and kept the money for myself. I found a job in another state and signed a lease for a new apartment. I made sure every detail was taken care of. Then I waited for the perfect time. A week later, Emily's wedding planner called the house. "I need to confirm payment for the venue," she said. Emily handed me the phone as if it were my responsibility. "Terry, just give her your card." I took the phone, smiled at Emily, and said into the receiver, "Actually, there won't be any payment. My sister can find out for herself." Then I hung up. Emily's face fell in horror. "What? I'm not paying for your wedding," I said. "In fact, I'm not paying for anything anymore." My mom jumped in. "Terry, don't be ridiculous. You know we need you." "No," I said, standing up. "You use me and I'm done." Emily's breathing became frantic. "Terry, you promised. If you don't pay, I'm going to lose the venue." I shrugged. "Sounds like your problem." Then my dad slammed his fist down on the table. "Enough. You're not leaving. You're part of this family, and that means taking care of us." I turned to him and smiled. "No, it doesn't." Then I took my house key out of my pocket, put it on the table, and walked to the door. They all started screaming. Emily was crying. My mom was screaming about how I was ruining everything. My dad was cursing me. I didn't care. I walked out, locked the door behind me, and walked away for the last time. That same week, I moved across the country. I changed my number, blocked everyone on social media. I thought they'd come after me, but they didn't. Instead, I started getting messages from my extended family. "Terry, you have to come back. Your parents are devastated. Terry, Emily had to cancel her wedding because of you. Terry, you have abandoned your family." I ignored every one of them. Then 3 weeks later, I got a text from Jake. "Dude, your parents are freaking out. Turns out they never really learned how to handle money because you always did it for them. They're screwed. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I turned off my phone, leaned back in my chair, and smiled. When I walked in the front door, they acted like they had missed me. My mom hugged me. My dad patted me on the back. Emily beamed as if everything was normal. "We're so glad you came to your senses, Terry," my mom said, smiling warmly. I nodded without saying anything. I told myself I was just here to help, to make sure they didn't fall apart completely, that I wouldn't be manipulated again. That night, I stayed in my old room, lying in bed. I told myself I had done the right thing. Then I heard it through the thin walls. Their voices drifted in from the living room. "I told you he'd be back," my father chuckled. Emily laughed. "I knew it. He always comes crawling back. He can't survive without us." "He actually thought he could leave," my mother added. "Poor thing. He'll never stop being our little servant." They continued to laugh. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my whole body frozen. I should have been angry. I should have stormed in and confronted them, but I didn't, because in that moment I made a decision. I wasn't going to argue, I wasn't going to yell. I was going to make them pay. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to them laugh at me like I was some kind of joke, like I was an idiot for coming back. Maybe I was, but this time I wasn't going to be their servant. This time I wasn't going to let them use me. This time I was going to destroy them from within. The next morning, I walked into the kitchen as if nothing had happened. "Morning," I said casually. Emily was scrolling through her phone, my mom was making coffee, and my dad was going through his mail. They barely looked up. I could feel the complacency in the air. They thought they had won perfectly. "I've been thinking," I started, grabbing a cup from the cupboard. "Since I'm back, maybe I should take another look at the finances. Help get things in order." My mother perked up immediately. "Oh, honey, that would be wonderful. We're a little behind on some things, but I'm sure you can catch up." Behind was an understatement. When I left, they were already struggling. They had been living on my money for years, and now they were screwed. "Yeah," I nodded. "I'll take care of it." I made sure to sound just defeated enough, like I could slip back into my old role, like they could relax. They had no idea what to expect. The first thing I did was transfer every last cent out of the joint accounts they had access to. The emergency fund I had set up for them? Not anymore. I transferred it to my personal account and closed it. Next, I called the bank and removed myself as a cosigner on their credit cards. What if they defaulted? Not my problem. Then I canceled every bill that was in my name, utilities, insurance, even the internet. And the best part? They didn't even notice because they weren't paying attention. They thought I had just fallen back in line, that I was back to taking care of everything like a good little servant. Until, of course, the power went out. Emily's wedding was only a few months away, and she was still completely dependent on me to pay for it. So I made sure that didn't happen. She had been bragging to her friends about the venue, the dress, the catering. Everything was booked. Everything was perfect. Then one morning, she burst into my room. "Terry, what have you done?" I looked up from my laptop, playing dumb. "What are you talking about?" "The venue called. They said the deposit was never paid, and now they're giving the date to someone else." I blinked. "Ha, that's weird." "Weird? You were supposed to take care of this. You promised." I shrugged. "Did I?" Her face turned red. "Fix it." I leaned back in my chair. "No." For the first time in her life, she was speechless. "No?" she repeated, as if she had never heard the word before. "That's right. No. Find another way to pay for it." Emily opened her mouth, then closed it. Then, like a true narcissist, she stomped out of my room and went crying to my parents. I heard her crying, my mom gasping, my dad demanding to know why I was acting out again. I just smiled. I had already emptied their bank accounts. I had already cut off any financial safety net they had. Now it was time to make them feel it. A few days later, I came home to complete chaos. The power was out. My mom was on the phone with the electric company yelling at them. My dad was digging through a stack of overdue bills, muttering curses under his breath. Emily paced the living room, phone in hand. Adam's going to call off the wedding. He thinks I'm a mess. We can't even buy groceries. My mother whined, Terry, you have to fix this. I slowly looked around. The house was falling apart. They were falling apart, and they finally understood that they were nothing without me. I crossed my arms. Not my problem. My father slammed his fist down on the table. You ungrateful little. I cut him off. No, I'm done. I'm leaving for good. My mother clutched her chest as if I had just stabbed her. Terry, you can't. We're your family. Emily began to sob. You can't do this to me. I walked over to the counter, grabbed my house key from my keychain, and threw it on the table. Watch me. And then I walked out the door. A week later, I was settled into my new apartment across the country, far, far away from them. Then Jake called me, laughing hysterically. Dude, you totally broke it. I grinned. Oh yeah. Your dad tried to get a loan, denied. Your mom tried calling relatives for money. Nobody's giving her a dime. And Emily, she's been ghosted by half her friends because she threw a tantrum at her bridal shower and blamed you for ruining her life. I grinned. Sounds about right. Dude, I don't think they're going to recover from this. I leaned back in my chair, feeling lighter than I had in years. Good. And for the first time in my life, I meant it. It had been months since I had spoken to my family. No phone calls, no texts, no emails. I had completely cut them off, blocked their numbers, moved across the country, built a life that had nothing to do with them. At first, I expected to feel guilty. Maybe I'd have a moment of weakness, an urge to reach out to them, but I felt nothing. No sadness, no regret, just peace. Then one afternoon, Jake called me. Dude, you're not going to believe this. I could hear the amusement in his voice. I grinned. Oh, this should be good. Desperation mode activated. So Jake started. Since you don't want to talk to them anymore, guess who they decided to lean on next? I grinned. Oh, let me guess. You. Bingo. He sighed. Your mom called me the other day, practically begging me to help them. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess. She suddenly needs family now that I'm gone? Jake chuckled. Word for word. She was so dramatic about it, too. Said they're struggling and don't know how to manage money without you. Gee, I wonder why. Then she says something like, if you don't help us, we might lose the house. I raised an eyebrow. Wait, they're actually going to lose the house? Not yet, Jake said. But they're circling the drain. Turns out, when you stop paying all your bills, things get really expensive. I couldn't help but laugh. Imagine that. Jake sighed. Then your dad tried to convince me that if I helped them out now, you'd eventually come around and rejoin the family. I scoffed. Not a chance in hell. I told them that, but they just kept pushing. Your mom even had the nerve to say, you don't want to be like Terry, do you? I rolled my eyes. Oh, of course I do. Because standing up for myself is a bad thing. Jake snorted. Exactly. But wait, it gets better. Guess who else called me? I already knew the answer. Emily? Yep. And you want to guess why? I grinned. Her wedding. Ding, ding, ding. Jake sighed dramatically. She tried to convince me to foot some of the bill because she said, Terry's already ruined my life, and you don't want to be like him, do you? I burst out laughing. Oh, that's pathetic. I told her no, of course, and dude, she lost it. Complete meltdown. Crying, screaming, saying I was dumping her just like you did. I shook my head. Let me guess. She ran to Adam, expecting him to fix everything? Jake let out a low whistle. Oh man, you're going to love this. So, apparently, Adam's family didn't like Emily already. His mother thought she was too entitled, but Adam ignored that. But after she flipped out about the wedding money, his mom told him straight out, if you marry her, you'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. I grinned. No way. Oh yeah. And guess what? What? Adam listened. I sat up. Wait, are you saying the wedding is off? He dumped her. I let out a low whistle. Damn. She must be out of her mind. Oh, absolutely. She posted this long, dramatic rant on Facebook about how men are garbage and some people are heartless and don't care about family. I grinned. Translation: I can't manipulate anyone into fixing my life for me anymore. Exactly. For a moment, neither of us spoke. I just sat there and let it all sink in. They had spent years treating me like nothing, laughing at me, using me, thinking I would never leave. And now, without me, they were falling apart. Jake sighed. So, do you feel bad about any of this? I thought about it. About how my parents were drowning in debt. About how Emily lost everything. About how they had tried to manipulate everyone around them to save them from the mess they had made. Then I smiled. Not even a little. Now on to the next story. Story 8. Parents told me the cruise was canceled. Too expensive. Then I saw the location tag. Caribbean. They went without me, matching shirts and all. 3 days later, my sister texted, "Rent's due. Can you send your half?" I replied, "Already did." Then I canceled the transfer, blocked her number, and walked away from the lease. My sister was screaming in the group chat. My parents called me at 2 a.m. Pick up the phone. I found out my parents went on the cruise without me the same way everyone finds out about betrayal these days. On Instagram, there was my dad, front and center, holding up a pina colada like he just won the lottery. He was wearing a bright red Hawaiian shirt, the kind he used to make fun of. My mom stood beside him with a ridiculous sun hat, flashing peace signs like she was 20 again. The caption: "Living our best life in the Caribbean." Palm tree, smiling face with sunglasses, #family time. Family time. I stared at the photo for a full minute, convinced it had to be old. Maybe they reposted a throwback. I checked the comments. My aunt had just commented, "You guys look great. Enjoy the sun." My cousin added 3 fire emojis and wrote, "Living the dream." Then I saw the tag, the cruise line, the one we booked together 6 months ago. It wasn't a throwback. 2 days earlier, my dad called me and said the trip was off. "Too expensive, Brian. Cruises are a luxury right now. Flights, baggage fees, everything's gone up. We just can't swing it. Maybe next year." No apology. No mention of the $7,000 I had already sent them over the past few months to help cover my share. $7,000 for what was supposed to be a family vacation. My mom had pitched the whole thing back in November. Said we hadn't done something together in years. And now that Jenna and I were adults, time was slipping. She said she wanted memories. I believed her. We booked it all: rooms, excursions, flights, the works, and then they left without me. Not just them, Jenna too. She was there, drinking out of a coconut and laughing in the background of one of the videos she posted on her story. I wasn't supposed to see it. She'd hidden her stories from me, but she forgot to remove me from her close friends list. And there it was, a perfect little panorama of betrayal, complete with steel drums and sunset cocktails. That night, she texted me like nothing had happened. "Brent Stew, can you send your half?" I stared at it for a while, then typed, "Already did." I opened my banking app, canceled the transfer, blocked her number, and walked away from the lease. I didn't say anything, just logged out of everything and sat there listening to the silence. An hour later, the group chat was a war zone. Jenna started blowing it up, yelling in all caps about how I'd left her in the lurch, how I was immature, selfish, cruel. She played dumb, like she didn't understand why I was suddenly acting out. I said nothing. Then the calls started. First mom, then dad, over and over again. 2:07 a.m., 2:09 a.m., 2:14 a.m. I let them all go to voicemail. It was almost funny in a dark, pathetic kind of way. They were finally thinking about me when they were halfway through shrimp cocktails and island excursions. I imagined them sitting in their little cabin on the ship, trying to figure out why their son had gone radio silent, probably still wearing those stupid matching shirts. I didn't know them a thing, and I wasn't done. Not by a long shot. They returned from the cruise exactly 1 week later, right on schedule. I didn't need a heads up. The group chat started heating up again. Jenna's tantrum-style messages now joined by a few passive-aggressive remarks from our aunts and uncles. Things like, "Family should always stick together," and "Whatever happened must have been serious, but we don't take sides." Classic moves. They knew something blew up, but none of them wanted to ask directly. That evening, Around dinner time, I heard a knock at my door, turned into a doorbell, then heart pounding. I waited a few minutes before opening it. My parents were both there, still a little sunburned, standing on my porch like I owed them something. My mom launched right in, saying they were shocked and disappointed in my behavior. My dad added that it was completely inappropriate to leave my sister alone with the rent and to just disappear like a child. They didn't ask how I was. They didn't even look guilty. I let them talk. I didn't say a word until they finally ran out of steam. "You went on the cruise," I said. "Without me? With my money?" That was all I said. My mom rolled her eyes. My dad crossed his arms like a teenager. "We don't have to explain ourselves to you," he said. "It's our life, and you gave us that money because you wanted to be part of the trip, not as some kind of investment." "It was a gift," my mom added. I stared at them, not saying a word, until my dad muttered something about entitlement and turned to leave. I shut the door. The next morning, I emailed my lawyer. We drafted a letter, formal notice requesting repayment of $7,000. We included the bank transfers, timestamps, even the cruise booking info I'd been CC'd on when the trip was first organized. It was professional, clean, cold. We gave them 2 weeks. They didn't reply. What they did instead was send messages to family. My Aunt Melissa texted me about how heartbroken my mom was. My cousin Mark sent me a message on Facebook saying, "You sure this is the hill you want to die on?" My dad called from an unknown number. I didn't pick up. He left a voicemail. "You're really going to sue us? Over $7,000? Your own parents." He said it like the number was the crime, not the betrayal, not the lying, not the fact that I spent $7,000 to be excluded. So I filed the lawsuit. They didn't show up for the first mediation. They sent word through my uncle that they refused to entertain this nonsense, that it was a family matter, not a legal one. When the court date came, they showed up. They looked annoyed, not sorry, annoyed, like I was wasting their time. They didn't say a word to me. The judge was straightforward. The case was cut and dry. The money had been sent for a purpose that was never fulfilled. And instead of a refund or explanation, I got gaslit and ghosted. Judgment in my favor. Full repayment plus court fees. Afterward, my dad stormed out without waiting for the paperwork. My mom hung back just long enough to glare at me before walking off. It was like they couldn't believe I had actually done it, like I was the one who betrayed them. I got the check 2 weeks later. I thought that was the end. Then the photos started showing up online. Family reunion. Everyone smiling, matching t-shirts again. My face noticeably absent. No invite, not even a text. They'd started their next move. They wanted me to feel left out. They wanted to remind me that they controlled the narrative, that they could still rally the rest of the family around them like I was the problem. But I had plans of my own. The family photos were posted all at once, like they'd coordinated it. A picnic in some huge backyard, tables lined with catered food, balloons, those stupid custom shirts again. Family First 2025. Even my third cousin Rachel flew in from Phoenix. Everyone was tagged. Everyone except me. Not a single call. Not a single message. Just smiles and hashtags and that fake joy people post when they want to make a point. I didn't comment. I didn't react. But I watched. A few days later, Melissa called, pretending she didn't know what happened. "You should have been there, Brian. It wasn't the same without you." Then she added, "Your parents looked so tired. I think this whole thing has really affected them." I hung up. I didn't respond to the follow-up text either. The one with a photo of my mom holding my baby cousin, captioned, "We miss you. Come back to the family." I wasn't interested in fake forgiveness. I wasn't ready to pretend like nothing happened just because they were uncomfortable facing the consequences of their own decisions. So, I decided to make some plans of my own. There's a place in Lake Tahoe I've been eyeing for a while. Private cabins, insane views, boats, hikes, everything. I called the place, booked 5 cabins, and started sending out messages. Not to my parents, not to Jenna, to everyone else, my cousins, aunts, and uncles who hadn't taken sides. Some of them had stayed quiet through all this, but I knew how to read silence. And some had quietly messaged me after the court case, saying they understood. They just didn't want to get involved. So I gave them something to get involved in. The message was simple. We can get away in Tahoe. No drama, just good people and good food. Everything's on me. They responded. Not all, but most. More than I expected. The group grew fast, faster than I thought it would. Turns out a lot of people were tired of the show Jenna and my parents put on. Tired of pretending the way they treated people was normal. So we went. It was perfect. Bonfires at night, paddle boards during the day, coolers full of drinks, and stories that didn't include guilt trips. My cousin Taylor brought his girlfriend, and on the second night, one of my younger cousins told me it was the best weekend he'd had in years. Jenna found out halfway through. She messaged my cousin Alicia something nasty, which Alicia screenshot and sent to me. How could you support him after what he did to mom and dad? My parents followed it up with a flurry of angry texts. I didn't read them. I just deleted the thread. They must have lost their minds when they realized no one was coming to their next little family dinner. I heard they canceled it last minute. Said they were reorganizing priorities. That was the final straw. They started going nuclear. My mom sent a mass email to the entire extended family, passive-aggressively thanking those who remained loyal through a difficult time and hoping that those who abandoned us find their way back to the values this family was built on. And yet, somehow, I was the villain. Still, something about Tahoe shifted things. I wasn't angry anymore, just done. Then, out of nowhere, a message arrived. Not from Jenna, not from my parents, but from my grandmother. It was 3:12 a.m. when the email came in. Just one line in the subject, "Can we talk?" It was from my grandma, and I knew immediately it wasn't just a check-in. She never got involved in family drama. She wasn't one of those people who pretended not to take sides while secretly fueling the fire. If anything, she was the only one who ever treated me like a full adult in this family. Even when I was a kid, her house was always neutral ground growing up. No one raised voices there. No one picked fights. I didn't open the message right away. I stared at it for almost an hour. Something about seeing her name brought back all the pressure I'd shoved down after the lawsuit. The guilt, the exhaustion, the part of me that still, for some stupid reason, wanted to be understood. I finally opened it. It was short, not dramatic. Just her voice, clear in the way only hers could be. Brian, I'm not writing to fix anything. I don't want to tell you who's right or wrong. I just want you to think about what kind of life you want to live when this all dies down. That's all I care about. I love you. Always have. Always will. No sides, just love. That last line hit harder than anything my parents ever said. The next day I called her, asked if she could come by. We sat on my porch that afternoon, sipping coffee while traffic hummed in the distance. She didn't come with any lectures, no guilt trips, just asked how I was. I told her everything, not just about the cruise, the lawsuit, or the Tahoe trip. I told her about the build-up, the years of being the dependable one, the way my parents would disappear whenever things got hard and pop back up when they needed help. The years I covered for Jenna, the excuses I made for them, the way I always kept quiet when things hurt. She listened, really listened. When I finished, she nodded slowly. You did what you had to do, she said. But that doesn't mean you're done yet. You just got free. Now comes the hard part. Deciding who gets to stay in your life and on what terms. That stuck with me. I spent the next few days thinking about that, about whether I wanted peace or justice or both. I didn't want to go backward. I didn't want another fake apology or some guilt-drenched dinner where everyone pretended nothing had happened. I wanted something real or nothing at all. So, I sent a message to my parents. Short, controlled, just enough. I'm not looking for an apology anymore. I've accepted that I won't get one, but I'm also not going to play pretend. If you want to talk, really talk, I'll listen. If not, that's fine too. But the games stop here. No reply. 3 days later, I got a text from Jenna. Just a date and time. A cookout at my parents' house. No invite. Just a notification. I asked Grandma what she thought. Sounds like they're trying, she said. Even if they don't know how. So I went. When I showed up, it was like stepping into an awkward dream. My dad was at the grill, flipping burgers like this was a normal Sunday. My mom waved like she hadn't spent the last month ignoring every message I sent. Jenna looked straight through me. No one apologized. Instead, we talked about the weather, about work, about the neighbors. At one point, my mom said, "We're glad you came. It means a lot." That was it. That was all they were willing to offer. And even though I knew it wasn't enough, I nodded. I didn't say, "I forgive you." I didn't say, "I miss you." I didn't say anything like that. I was just there, present, detached. The strangest part, they acted like I had come back to them, like they were the ones waiting on me to make things right, like I had something to prove. And that's when I realized something else. I was never going to get what I wanted from them. But I could still take back the narrative because I wasn't the villain and I wasn't done. The cookout was nothing more than a photo op. They didn't say it out loud, but it was obvious. They needed evidence they could control. Proof they could show the family that I had come around. That everything was fine now. No harm done. The lawsuit, the betrayal, all just a misunderstanding. Forgiven. Forgotten. Let's eat. But I left feeling more certain than ever that nothing had changed. They didn't want to rebuild anything with me. They just didn't want to look like the bad guys. That was the whole point of inviting me back. To polish the story, not to face the truth. So I disappeared again, quietly this time. 2 weeks passed. Not a single message. Not from my mom, not from my dad, not from Jenna. No follow-up, no "we're glad you came." Nothing. They got their photo and that was enough for them. But it wasn't for me. So, when Uncle Rick messaged me about another family dinner that next weekend, I didn't even bother pretending. I said, "No." No excuse. Just no. He didn't push back, which told me more than if he had. That night, I saw Jenna's post. Another round of perfect smiles at a table full of catered food. Wine glasses raised mid-toast. She captioned it, "Family always wins." Subtle, like always. What she didn't know was that half the people at that table had already reached out to me privately over the last month. Some quietly apologized. Others just said they missed me at Tahoe, wished they'd gone. Asked if there would be another trip. They were tired. Not of me, but of the act. So I gave them an invitation. Something different this time. A long weekend in Asheville, North Carolina. I booked out a group of cabins just outside the city. Beautiful place. Views of the mountains, quiet trails, bonfire pits, local breweries within a 10-minute drive. I covered the cost just like before. I didn't invite my parents. I didn't invite Jenna. I didn't even bother pretending it was open to everyone. I invited the ones who had seen me, the ones who hadn't looked the other way, the ones who had shown up when I didn't have to ask. Almost everyone said yes. By Saturday morning, the pictures were already making the rounds. Group hikes, sunset shots over the Blue Ridge, us drinking around the fire. No drama, no tension, just people enjoying being together. No performance, no passive-aggressive digs, no carefully curated optics. I didn't tag anyone, but I knew Jenna would see it. She still followed a few of the cousins who were there. She put it together fast. My parents, too. Sure enough, Sunday afternoon, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Voicemail. It was my mom. She sounded calm, controlled, said she hoped I was doing well, that she saw the trip. Then came the part one expected. "So, this is what you want now? A family without us?" I waited a few hours before replying. I emailed her back. No venom, just truth. I wanted a family that didn't lie to me, take my money, and treat me like an outsider when I stopped playing along. I wanted honesty, not manipulation. I'm not building a family without you. I'm building one without the version of you that did those things. If you want to show up as someone else, someone better, you're welcome. If not, I'm good where I am. No response. But a few days later, I started hearing things, little comments passed down through cousins. My parents were upset. Not about the lawsuit, not even about the money anymore. They were upset they couldn't control the narrative. That I didn't come crawling back. That I hadn't begged to be forgiven. That the family they'd once ruled by guilt and silence wasn't falling into line this time. They were losing ground. And for people like them, that's worse than losing love. I didn't feel satisfied. This wasn't revenge. Not really. It was clarity. Cold, clean, permanent. I didn't burn the bridge. I just stopped pretending it was ever mine. Thanksgiving came, and with it the annual chaos of deciding where everyone would be, who was hosting, who was not invited this year, and who was pretending everything was fine. Usually my parents hosted. Their house was big, their food was average, and the tension in the air was just thick enough to feel like tradition. This year, things were different. Word had spread about Asheville, the cookout, the lawsuit. Everyone had their version of the story now. I knew people were talking. I didn't care. But I could feel the shift. The invitation came from grandmother's time. Neutral ground, no agenda, no favorites. She was doing a smaller gathering. No pressure. Come if you want. No expectations. And I knew she meant it. She always did. I told her I'd be there. The moment I walked in, I felt it. A quiet pause in the room, just for a second. Long enough to know who had been waiting to see if I'd actually show. Some smiled. A few avoided eye contact. My mom and dad were there. So was Jenna. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. We didn't talk. Not at first. We moved around each other like strangers at a polite funeral. I sat with cousins who had been in Asheville. We laughed about the trip, swapped stories, made loose plans for another getaway. Felt normal, better than normal. Then near the end of the night, as people started packing up leftovers and hugging goodbye, my mom pulled me aside into the hallway. It wasn't dramatic. She didn't cry. She didn't apologize. She just said, "It's good you came. You're still family. I hope you know that." It sounded like a statement, not an invitation. My dad stepped in behind her like he was there to co-sign. "We all make mistakes, Brian." I looked at them, not with anger, just with this strange, distant understanding. "You do," I said. "But not everyone owns them." They didn't say anything else. I left shortly after, but before I did, Grandma hugged me and said, "You were the first one to come back. That matters." I didn't know how to feel about that because it was true. I'd been the one to show up, to listen, to try even after all of it. And the way they acted, the way they carried themselves, as if I'd made a mess and they were the ones graciously tolerating me. It still burned. They never gave back the dignity they stole. They just expected me to be grateful I got to stand in the room again. But here's the thing. I didn't need their approval anymore. I wasn't there for them. I was there because I refused to let their version of the story be the only one that lived. I was there because I knew even if they never said it, they'd felt the shift too. They'd seen what happened when I walked away. They knew what it cost to lose me. And deep down, even if they never admit it, they were afraid it could happen again. Update. So I thought I was done. I figured things would settle into this weird, semi-vilified silence. They'd do their passive-aggressive holiday traditions. I'd keep building a chosen family from the relatives who actually gave a damn, and we'd all just politely pretend we were fine at funerals and graduations. But then something unexpected happened. 2 months after Thanksgiving, my grandma called and asked if I could come over. She sounded calm, but there was a tone in her voice I hadn't heard before. Not worried, just serious. Like something had shifted. I showed up that same afternoon. She was sitting at the kitchen table with a thick envelope in front of her and a mug of tea that had probably gone cold. She didn't waste time. "I'm changing my will," she said. "Your parents are going to lose it when they find out." I thought I misheard her. She told me that after everything, after watching how things played out. Not just the lawsuit or the vacation mess, but the years leading up to it. She started thinking about who in the family actually showed up for people, who gave without keeping score, who tried to hold the family together without burning everyone out. And apparently, my name came up a lot in her thoughts. She wasn't cutting my parents out entirely. That's not her style. But she was changing the distribution majorly. I told her she didn't have to do that for me. And she said, "I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me because I see what people are made of now." She asked me to keep it quiet. I tried, but secrets like that don't stay secrets. A month later, I got a phone call from Jenna at 1:40 in the morning. Blocked number. Of course, I didn't answer, but I knew. Then the texts started coming in from cousins. "Dude, what happened? Is it true? Your mom is freaking out." By the end of the week, my parents had officially lost it. They called Grandma's lawyer. They called Melissa. They called me from every phone they could find. My dad left me a voicemail that ended with ungrateful and manipulative. My mom sent a long email that was basically one extended guilt trip laced with phrases like, "After everything we've done for you," and "This is how you repay us." But none of them had actually asked Grandma why she did it. They didn't want to know. They wanted to believe I tricked her, manipulated her, turned her against them, because that version made more sense to them than the truth. That maybe she just saw them for who they really were. That was the moment I realized I wasn't the outsider anymore. They were, and they put themselves there. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comment section. Thank you and see you in the next video.